Mic on? Very good. It's been a great problem to have that people were still wanting to have the conversations out there, and so a couple people are filling in. So I'll stall for a couple seconds. But for those of you that have remembered this or have seen this in year one to where we're at now, it's just there's a sense of pride for our team today. So my name is Don Wettrick. I'm the CEO and founder of STARTedUP Foundation. And before we get into the what, I want to tell you why. Behind me, you're going to see our mission and vision. And I really want to emphasize this. Our mission is to teach students through the life of lens of innovation and entrepreneurship while building a life of purpose. And our vision is to build up a generation with an opportunities are everywhere mindset, fueling innovation and hope for our communities, country, and the world. And here's the reason I say this. Out of teaching for so many years, a lot of our students scroll, they view, they may get sucked into this life of watching other people be successful or even outraged, and there's plenty of things. And then as we started to develop this is how we got our core values. We wanted to have that mindset that we wanted our students to see a problem as an opportunity. And what you're going to see today, this is not a pitch competition for the sake of starting a business. All these are, we saw a problem or we saw a gap, we wanted to do something about it. So our core values, opportunities everywhere. That mindset that they're like, no matter where you look, you're going to find an opportunity, not a barrier, an obstacle. 2, not everyone has to be an entrepreneur, but we should all think like one. 3, entrepreneurs don't wait for perfection, they move now. Number 4, if it's not what you know, it's who you know. And please, when we go outside, we have intermissions, know people, get to know people, exchange information. Number 5 is one that really hits home for me. In a world of social media addiction, negativity, and that every person can create value by being a producer instead of a consumer. A lot of us download and scroll. I want our students to upload. I want them to be able to upload their project, their idea, their passion. And number 6, the future economy will rely on people that provide value and solutions. The world is changed by entrepreneurs. While a lot of people are saying there's a problem, entrepreneurs are out there going, I'll start that. I think that I can start that today. Okay, this is our timeline. This is what our students have gone through. We really launched around September, depending on the teacher, but we have free curriculum that our students go through, ranging everything from see a problem as an opportunity to start prototyping, to get feedback, maybe shut it down, maybe start over. And that goes all the way to February. And February 3rd, we have a lot of grading to do. Thank you to a lot of our volunteers. We had a lot of grading to do in February. And there we went into announcing the top 10 for each region. Those 10 teams then competed at the regional competitions. The people you're seeing today is that culmination of the top 10 per the state. In May, we had this awesome boot camp where the students got to go through this awesome experience. They got to spend the night. Actually, they went to an Indians game and got to experience a lot of mentors and a lot of feedback in preparation for today, which is June 15th. From here, we will, of course, announce a winner, and there's prize packages, but what makes me most excited is that all 10 teams are going to go to Washington, D.C. We're going to be meeting a lot of startups, a lot of entrepreneurs, and also some of our great state representatives and other states' representatives. And then June, July, like I said, we've got that trip. And then actually go to the next slide. Kind of spills into the next 2 things. This actually really started, this innovation fellowship, is that, and I'm going to give credit where credit's due, there was 2 teams in particular 3 years ago where Governor Holcomb looked at me and said, how can I ensure that they're at least going to consider staying in Indiana? How do we not lose these students? And so he asked me, and I said, well, actually, we have a really, really high rate of staying in Indiana for our universities. He's like, yeah, but 4 years from now. And so we started an alumni fellowship because they said that's the way we can track them. How can we incentivize them to stay? And so now we have this alumni association that we provide other incentives. We make more introductions. We introduce them to potential seed funding and other capital. And so that's our fellowship that is going to continue to go. Actually, this year's fellows, we're going to go out to the Italian Motor Valley as guests of Delara and the Italian Motor Valley. And then also, truly, actually, if you're a fellow, could you please stand up? If you're a fellow in the Indiana Fellowship. Thank you. The teachers that just stood up on the fellowship, it kept happening year after year that certain schools were, I hate to say dominating, but like really doing well. And they were sending a lot of applicants and a lot of quality applicants. And we kept noticing that it really wasn't the school, it was a teacher. And so the teachers that just stood up are representation of awesomeness. Because if there's one superpower that teachers have, we know everybody. We're celebrities in our own town because we've known enough families. And these educators that just stood up were conduits of, I know a person that can help. You need to talk to this lady that's been there and done that. You need to talk to this university who will help you. So the fellowship of these teachers has been awesome. We try to find new wins each year. And again, these teachers are allowing us to see problems as opportunities and provide that wraparound mentorship and support. And if there's one thing that I think has been different about what we were intentional on starting this, is that this is not a one-day pitch competition. This was 9 months to get here. And I say this to the students at every regional event. I'm hoping I know you for the next 30 years, which will make me 81. But it's good, right? I hopefully should be there. Stay in shape. But we do all this because I really believe in this ecosystem of Indiana. I want them to grow and stay here. Ironically, we take them to other cities and other states to ironically get them to incentivize to stay here. Meet people in DC, meet people in New York. But we love you here, and we want you to stay. All right, with that, can I just embellish for a second? Screen guy? Okay. Butler University has been our state host, and they have created an experience like none other. Last night, we did walkthroughs. They ate here at Chatham. They spent the night at, by the way, you've ruined them on what a dorm should be by having them stay there. And everything has been centralized here. And then we have this wonderful auditorium to witness all these students. So huge shout out to our host of Butler. And with that, I think we have a video also explaining the awesomeness of Butler.
Welcome to Butler University in the 2023 Innovate WithIN State Finals. At Butler, it's our mission to boldly innovate and broadly educate a diverse set of students in a collaborative, stimulating intellectual learning environment.
This year's State Finals for Innovate WithIN will be hosted at Butler University in Schrott Center. Right across the street is Dugan Hall, home of the Lacey School of Business, where we specialize in experiential activities around business creation and business promotion. Students in Innovate WithIN will be doing a business plan creation process that's very similar to what our first-year students do. We go beyond, and at the sophomore level, all students create an actual and viable business. We utilize smaller classroom sizes, and we utilize faculty with practical knowledge to help create that magic.
Last year, I had the pleasure of serving as a judge for the Innovate WithIN competition. I was amazed by the students that were able to showcase their ideas in the competition, which is incredibly well organized and provides the perfect platform for students to be able to bring their ideas to life. We're excited to again host the state competition this year at Butler, and I'm excited to have the students on our campus. At Butler, we're all about innovation. It'll be great to share more with you about the Transformation Lab and other exciting things that we're doing to bring new ideas to life that serve faculty and our students.
At Butler University, we're committed to innovation. For the past 5 years, we've been ranked as the #1 university in the Midwest. Perhaps more importantly, for 8 consecutive years, we've been the #1 most innovative university. It affirms that we're accomplishing our goal of changing what it means to be a university. It also affirms that our faculty and staff are doing their absolute best at accomplishing our goal of preparing our students for successful, proactive, and creative lives. Welcome to Butler University, and good luck on your presentations.
Thank you indeed. We also want to thank our sponsors, the Indiana Economic Development Corporation, Google, CICP, the Central Indiana Corporate Partnership, and the Indiana Small Business Development Centers, who are always engaged with all of our participants and as they get valuable feedback from them. I also, next slide, want to thank all the different ecosystem players who have been so engaged. Also, these partners throughout the state play a crucial role in supporting our students and developing our ecosystems and future entrepreneurs. And speaking of which, the main architect a lot of this ecosystem build is our Secretary of Commerce, who, he would proudly tell you, started his first business when he was 15. Unfortunately, he is in Italy today, but he wanted to send this video message as well.
Hello, I'm Brad Chambers, Secretary of Commerce for the state of Indiana. To all the innovators, dreamers, change makers, and risk takers here today, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Innovate WithIN State Finals at Butler University. Just like you, I started my entrepreneurial journey with just an idea. No capital, but a willingness to work hard and keep pushing. When I was just 15, I launched a small landscape company that by some miracle evolved into a multi-billion-dollar national real estate business over 3 decades. The Innovate WithIN State Finals celebrates the determination and creativity of you, Indiana's finest young entrepreneurs and future business leaders. Today may be the culmination of months or even years of hard work, dedication, and determination, but that's just the beginning. You have already demonstrated talent, ingenuity, and an entrepreneurial spirit that sets you apart. I would also like to extend a heartfelt thank you to the mentors who have guided and supported our participants through this process. Mentorship is a key ingredient to entrepreneurship and entrepreneur success and is invaluable in shaping these individuals into the business leaders of tomorrow. So thank you. Students, embrace this opportunity fully. Engage, learn, collaborate, and above all, keep moving, keep growing. Have a great day.
Alrighty. Other than our state sponsors that we saw, we also talked our regional sponsors, which were Purdue University Northwest, the Indiana-Kentucky Council of Carpenters of Indiana-Kentucky, Ohio, sorry, regional carpenters, Purdue School of Management, Purdue Fort Wayne, University of Evansville. In addition to our university sponsors that provided scholarships at Indiana Tech, Goshen College, Indiana State, Marion, and Ancilla, IUPUI School of Informatics and Computing, and IU Luddy School of Informatics, Computing, and Engineering. Whew, that was a mouthful. All right. Also, I'm beyond honored today to have an incredible, esteemed judges. I think I'll just go ahead and move my stage right to my stage left. If you guys can go ahead and introduce yourselves. Andrew, we'll start off with you.
Andrew Party, I'm the Vice President of Small Business for the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. I'm so excited to be here. You're going to challenge me with the microphone. I'm so excited to be here. I also wear the hat of being the State Director of the Small Business Development Corporation, or Center. I think I was involved in year 1 through the SBDC, working with teams, fell in love with this program, got to be involved in year 2. I may have skipped year 3, which Don could forgive me for. But year 4 and now participating in year 5. Can't say enough about the program, and I would echo Secretary Chambers' comment. There's one thing that I could tell all the teams is keep going. You've got so much momentum going right now, and you've got a whole ecosystem and team around you. Use us as you take your next step, whether it's going to college or something different. If you run into roadblocks, if you have needs, reach out. We're here to help, and good luck to all of you today.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrea McGordon, and I lead community development for Old National Bank. I've been in banking for about 34 years. I tell all of my clients that I started when I was about 9 years old and that they get a discount on their rate if they agree with me. So I'm excited to be here this morning and appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this exciting event. And I'm so excited to have met some of the students so far and look forward to hearing all of the pitches. Congratulations, everyone, to making it this far.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Aaron Gillum with 50 South Capital. We're the alternative investment group for Northern Trust Bank. Closer to home, we also manage the Indiana Next Level Fund, which has been tasked with growing the state's entrepreneurial and venture capital landscape. In a previous life, I've also had the opportunity to work with a couple of startup companies and to also run my own venture capital firm. So have sat on multiple sides of the table, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the pitches today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Emily Hawk. I am the Assistant Dean of Innovation at Lacey School of Business here at Butler University. So honored to be with you. I've got two big whys this morning. The first starts with all of you competitors. I had a chance to meet most of you last evening. I am telling you all the feels, tears, joy. As a mom, I was bursting at the seams. They will give you a firm handshake. They will look you in the eye. They will tell you precisely who they are and why they're here. The level of impressiveness off the charts. Some of you probably don't know Whitney Houston, but if you don't, look her up. I, like Whitney, believe children are the future. Awesome. My second why is, as a part of the Butler family, I'm relatively new to the Butler family, and I am so full of pride for the same reasons that you saw spoken about in those videos. What a wonderful organization we have here. This campus is full of people who innovate and care and take care of each other and the world around us. Now that you are here, you are part of this family. Always consider yourself welcome. Come and see us. Let us know what we can do to help you, help everyone else. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Carlos Iniguez, based out of sunny Miami, Florida, although it's been a bit rainy this past week. Really happy to be here and just honored to be able to share the stage with such an awesome group of judges. Very grateful as well for the invitation from the STARTedUP group, and as well as some of the great people within my network that have also added a ton of value, I think, to the group that's here today that's going to be pitching. So in representation of Jeff Hoffman, a dear friend, definitely congratulations on making it this far. What it means to me, I think, to be able to see who is here and what you're setting out to do, I think it's really just about that value creation piece, which has become so important for, what the new economy is going to look like. But, just as that general guideline, the entrepreneurial journey does become quite lonely. I work with founders all of the time that are just starting out, those that are several years or even decades into their work. It turns into a little bubble. And it's really nice to be able to know that there is a network like STARTedUP that is creating an alumni group. That small professional network today turns into something more powerful later. And also, that's where we come in as well at the Global Entrepreneurship Network, making it easier for entrepreneurs anywhere to be able to run and start their businesses. We're located in 200 countries around the world, and you can count on us for future support, whatever that may be. And I know there's a lot of ways that we can certainly add value and support your work and magnify the great things that are being done here in Indiana. So we're definitely looking forward to being able to meeting many of you in the years to come, and good luck to everybody.
All righty. First of all, I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. Hello? Hello? Sorry. All right, this is a competition format. Teams will have up to 6 minutes to present. Our friend McKenna will be giving you a warning. Please do not go over. Teams will receive 1 minute, like I said, from McKenna. They will have up to 4 minutes Q&A from our judges. Because it's state finals, if it goes over a little bit, we're not going to be too upset. This is the hard thing to judge. Our first place team will be awarded $25,000 in seed funding. By the way, for those of you that are like, what is seed funding? What is a prize? A prize is you get it. A seed funding is we believe in you and we want you to execute this further. And it's also an additional $10,000 in College 529 funding per person per team. Also, second place will be receiving $5,000 in seed funding. Third is $25,000. And then also, as of this is the second year we've done this, we have a $1,500 People's Choice Award. If you want to scan that QR code, you are more than welcome to. We've actually had voting open for this week, but essentially, the $1,500 is, like I said, a People's Choice Award. If you see something today and you're like, dang, that's awesome, $1 is a vote. if you want to make 30 votes, so be it. If you're the uncle and you are wealthy and you want to see your nephew win, $25,000 is good too. Just saying. All right. So actually, for more on the People's Choice Award, like I said, go to this QR code and you can see more there. All right. And by the way, also, this is 100% goes to student programming. This does not go to our operating budget. This goes to student programming. Matter of fact, what you see today is like around $100,000 today between the funding of the prize packages and some of the other programming and travel. It's an expensive day today. All right, next slide. This is the pitch order that we're going to be going in. We randomly selected that, literally did randomize, and so Aussie Charge, you guys are from, Aussie Charge from Greenfield High School will be up first. So without further ado, let's start the competition.
There are more than 4.6 billion phones used around the world, and about 54% of those say that they panic when their battery is low. In addition, there are many situations in which cords can be burdensome.
Late in the day, students will often need to charge their iPad. This may require them to move towards a wall or other outlet like this. This will also create a tripping hazard with the cord going across the aisleway. In addition, students will have to move away from their normal desk to charge their iPad, which could interfere with their learning.
Often, students have to put themselves in uncomfortable situations. These situations and more can be remedied. With the Aussie Charge's small size and accessible design, it can be used in a variety of locations. Imagine yourself going about your day and making a phone call. Your phone would be charging while you pace around confident and free. Laying in bed with an obnoxious wire can get in the way of relaxing comfortably. From charging at home alone to charging in a working environment, we feel that Aussie Charge will revolutionize the way people charge their phones throughout the day. Charge freely.
You guys can share these. We only got two, but check, check.
Okay, my name is Ian Jack, and I'm CEO and co-founder of Aussie Charge.
And I'm Josiah Finley. I'm CFO and co-founder of Aussie Charge. So when we were younger playing soccer, we had those underclassmen in high school that just always bothered us with our phones because their phones didn't last throughout the day. So we were like, we really need a solution for this, right? So we thought of a solution. But before we get into the solution, we took surveys in our school and found that percentages were fairly low, and that's not even towards the end of the day. And we also did research at, we found research on 6 big cities and saw that their battery is extremely low, and only 72% of them do not carry a backup.
So how are we going to solve this problem? Well, we started with a rigorous engineering process with our capstone program at Greenfield Central High School. This is one of our technical drawings of our final solution. As you can see in this picture, we have this blue piece, which the judges also have pieces of. This blue piece would look like this, very small, just like your normal wall adapter for a phone charger. And this red piece would look like this and would plug into your phone. So what are our features of our product? Well, first of all, once you plug this into the wall and this into your phone is already charging. And it's going to have a range of around 90 feet if you're inside, depending on how thick the walls are around you. And that would be about 2 to 3 rooms. If you're outside with no obstructions, it's going to be around 600 feet of range. Obviously, this is also very portable. This can easily fit in your pocket compared to some of the big batteries that they have on the market. And we don't have a cord.
So with our cost per unit, so our pricing is based off of all the different items, and we have the production costs up there, which we got from Bastion Solutions, about $10. So our total price would be about $18.22 for each unit, and with our sale being around $50, it would give us a net profit of $31.78.
So, when might you be able to use this product? Imagine when I take my brothers to the pool. That pool might be, 40 minutes away, and maybe I don't know how to get there. When I get to that pool, I realize I need maps to get home, but my phone's at low battery. Now, I can plug the Aussie Charge, this portion, I can plug right into the wall of the pool. They might have an outlet out in the open, but I don't want to have a cord connected to my phone from the wall. That means I can plug this small piece from the wall into my phone, and my phone can sit in the locker or by my stuff and safely charge so that I can get home using those maps.
Use case number 2. Imagine you're at an event. You're, I don't know, maybe at Butler University, and it's just an amazing presentation you're watching. You're watching amazing presentations, and you're like, man, my phone is really, really low. You're in the middle of the seats, so you're like, oh, I can't really charge my phone from here. All you have to do before you walk in is plug it into an outlet nearby, plug a little piece into your phone, and then charge it throughout the event. You could use a giant portable charger that has a wire connected to you with those tangles, or you could carry around a giant mini fridge that connects to your phone wirelessly, or you could use OxyCharge.
So what's our edge? You saw our competition up there on the screen, but we are more portable and smaller. Although there are items on the market that are still in development but do offer wireless charging, ours is much, much smaller. And we're compatible with the present options on the market in price. We can either beat them or match them. We also have that cutting edge technology. No one on the market has what we have. Our investability. The most updated statistics say there are 310 million smartphones in the United States and even more around the world. All of these phones are going to need a charger at some point, and so as long as there are smartphones in the world, we have those chargers. In addition, 56% of parents say that they give their children smartphones for security purposes. Our chargers are encouraging parents to buy these because these can help with that safety issue. If phones are dying, they're not helping your kids be safe, and so this OxyCharge can fix that problem.
We have done presentations in the past, and we have many different people that have been very, very interested in our price and our production. We can go more into information in the Q&A if you want.
So now to wrap up our presentation, we have a few more slides that we want to show you, and this is where we really want to spend a lot of our time. Our go-to-market strategy, we believe, is really important. And although this might not be something that a lot of people will be worrying about right now, this is something we are looking into the future about. So first, we could be selling this to car companies. The CarPlay right now requires your phone to be wired connected to the car. With OxyCharge, we could solve that problem and allow you to have a free charging within your car. In addition, we could license to Apple or Samsung and sell our product directly to them. This would allow you to get rid of that small piece entirely and wire that right into the phone. Next, we could sell to event centers. Imagine you walked in here and got a little dongle to attach to your phone, and you didn't even have to worry about your phone. The event center was charging it for you. And finally, we could sell to retail or online sales. Imagine walking through the Walmart checkout line and you see one of these and you can pick it up and charge your phone wirelessly anywhere. And now to wrap up, we want to give credit to those who have helped us along the way. First, General Electric. We talked to an employee at General Electric and he really encouraged us that this technology is cutting edge and really possible. He encouraged us to go through the patenting agency. That's where For Sale by Inventor came in. We're talking to For Sale by Inventor right now, and they have patent lawyers, engineers, and writers who are ready to help us and get our product ready. And finally, Bastion Solutions. Bastion Solutions really helped us understand the production line and how that would work. We've talked to them, and that's where we got our estimate, and we've also learned a lot about how this would go into production and how we would continue to manufacture this. Thank you.
Question for you. Is there an estimated range for the product? Would you have an intent to have multiple dongles be able to use with one plug? So maybe I have two phones or a phone and an iPad. And then maybe a little third part would be, have you thought about other device compatibility? I'm thinking about computers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think we do. We are kind of going through this quickly, but yeah, we do have a range of it really depends on where you are. So in here we have kind of thicker walls for sound management, so it may decrease that range, so it depends a lot on that. But if you're just in your home, it's going to be around 90 feet or 2 to 3 rooms, as long as your home is not made of concrete or metal. We could look into that multiple dongle idea. The only problem with that is it would slow the charging down. But that is definitely an option, and with our frequencies that we plan to use, it would definitely be an available option for people to use. And what was the third part? I think I missed.
Future thinking, have you thought about things like computers?
Oh, yes, this little dongle here, right now it's just kind of a generic plug, but yeah, that could change. Apple, Samsung, computers, anything like that. Apple does require MFI regulation of their chargers, so we would have to go through an extra hurdle for Apple, but all the other ones, it's very easy to make that plug.
My quick question is the status of the patent. Where are you and what's the timeline around that?
So with our patent, we talked to For Sale by Inventor, and we got our pricing for it and talked about what we need for this. And they said that it would take about 4 weeks to finish all the process. And I think there was another number, but I don't.
Yeah, to write the patent, once we get that ball rolling, it would be about 4 weeks. And that would definitely be something we could do with, if we were to win today, we could use that funding. And then after that, it's up to the U.S. government. So who knows how long that could take.
Understood. Touche.
Hey guys, I love the idea, especially for someone who is constantly on the phone. I've probably got 5 or 6 chargers laying around, my house, my office, cars, everything. But with that said, each of those chargers only cost me maybe $10, $12. So when thinking about the pricing for this, to get someone, if you don't mind maybe explaining a little bit why I want to replace my $10, $12 charger that does work with something like this.
So I feel like the usage of our product would be more viable. So like, especially with what we were saying with the cases or whatever, you can't really use a wired charger at the pool because if you do, it would just get splashed on, or it would probably not be in a good spot. If you use like say we're here, you're in the middle of the aisle, you're not gonna be able to like charge your phone from the outside forever. It won't go indefinitely. But like with it plugged into an outlet and plugged into your device, you have that charge throughout the whole presentation, no matter what the battery is on like your portable charger.
Yeah, I would say this, we're not looking to replace wired chargers, we're more looking to replace those batteries. And if you're looking for a good battery, we actually have one at our display table out there, the battery that I personally use in my own daily life, and that was around $45 to $50. So that's the target price that we're really looking to replace. And those wired chargers, you know, you're tethered to that wall, but those are definitely not something we're looking to replace.
Can you tell us a bit about the current status of where you're at with the tech, and what are some of the milestones that you have set for the rest of the year?
Yeah, so one thing, we do have enough tech right now to get a patent, and we were talking to that GE employee, and he says we do have enough to get to that patent. Although we don't want to go into too much detail because we want that patent protection before we start broadcasting all of our inner guts to the world. We do say that we're very close to a working prototype, and that can definitely be here, you know, by the end of the year, especially with this funding. We do have some difficulty because this has not been done before, so it's hard to buy the supplies on Amazon. So this is something that a lot of the stuff we're going to have to specialty order or manufacture, and so that definitely delays us a little bit, but we do have enough for that patent.
Gentlemen, if you win the $25,000, tell us how you'll spend it.
So definitely we'll start with a patent.
Okay.
And a lot of that can also go toward production costs and advertisements. I think it's very important to get our brand out there, and because tech is, you know, very competitive, and I think the more we can get our advertisements out there, the better it will be. But a lot of that will probably go to production. Just getting that kick started and getting that ready to go, I think that would be our biggest price.
I also think with like that much money, $25,000 is an incredible amount. I think it would help with our speed of our charger in general. So like it would just improve the product in general. So yeah.
Thank you guys.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Hello, I'm Dr. Katie Jenner, Indiana Secretary of Education. I am so excited to help kick off another year of the Innovate WithIN State Pitch Competition. Students, today is an opportunity to showcase your hard work and creative ideas. This includes months working alongside mentors, including your teachers, business leaders, and the STARTedUP Foundation to hone your ideas into a business plan built for success. Often in the past, careers were thought of as something we did when we were older. Yet we know that it has never been more important for students to have access to career exploration, engagement, and experiences. Competitions such as this allow you to understand what interests you and light your fire of purpose. Across Indiana, there are a growing number of state, regional and local partnerships being developed to help blur the lines between K-12, higher education, and the workforce. Our team at IDOE is committed to increasing access for students to engage in project-based, service-based, and work-based learning, and supporting educators in schools as they incorporate these opportunities into their instructional practices. We're also committed to helping communities strengthen, expand, and create effective pre-K to career pathways and linkages, and continuing to elevate the best practices in this work. Thank you to our partners at STARTedUP Foundation for working alongside our schools to empower our next generation of Indiana's dreamers, entrepreneurs, solution finders, and innovators. And students, as one of you is named our new Innovate WithIN State Pitch Competition winner, I hope each of you are reminded that there is truly no limit to your potential. Through education and preparation like you're doing today, anything is possible. Best of luck today and on your road ahead. We are rooting for you.
Thank you so much, Aussie Charge. That was an amazing presentation, and thank you for kicking off the event.
I'm Dan Schultz, and this is Chrissy LaFleche. I teach at Hobart High School in Northwest Indiana, and she teaches at Munster High School, also in Northwest Indiana.
And we're really excited to be a part of the teacher cohort here within the fellowship at STARTedUP Foundation. For us, it has really been able to draw us out of our four walls and help us build a relationship that probably would have never happened.
Yeah, Chrissy and I have been a part of the fellowship for 2 years now. That experience, being able to, collaborate with all the best teachers really in Indiana has really worked to bring the entire competition forward for us and how far we get in the classroom. And then Chrissy and I are even taking that a step further, maybe announcing today, really. In Northwest Indiana alone, between Hobart and Munster and Gary, a collaboration with the IEDC and Dr. Abbott to create a multi-school team next year. We're going to have a real good push for that. We think we can combine the talent pools, the engineering program at Hobart, the entrepreneurial program that's been built at Munster, and the giant pool of talent in Gary with the help of Dr. Abbott. So we're excited about that. All right, and without further ado, we'd like to welcome Community from AMP Lab in Fort Wayne to the stage.
Remember being in elementary school in a classroom full of screaming children? When you had to use the bathroom or wanted a sip of water and you needed your teacher's attention? You tried to raise your hand, but the teacher just couldn't pay attention because of all the chaos in the room. Well, for a child like Angel, this everyday occurrence is a challenge she faces every day. Angel has trouble communicating verbally and is considered nonverbal in the classroom.
This tree goes up to the clouds.
This is an everyday thing for Angel.
Over 2.2 million kids in the United States are nonverbal, and only a fraction of them have access or use the AAC devices, and even if they do have them, they still don't enjoy using them. So we created Community.
How Community works is a student will press the button based off of their specific need. This button will light up and send a Bluetooth notification to a teacher's badge holder that will notify them of their problem.
Through creating Community, our main focus has been to make it affordable and accessible to everybody who needs it and wants to use it in their lives.
We are Community, a business venture that is truly a passion project. We focus solely on those that are nonverbal. Hi, I'm Seth.
I'm Emily. And I'm Adrienne. We all love our families. All three of us have someone nonverbal in our lives. For me, it's my little sister, Athena. I love Athena. She's such a sweet little girl. But watching her get frustrated and upset when she can't communicate her thoughts and feelings in the classroom and in the household is really upsetting. For nonverbal children, this is a frustration they face every single day. Current solutions for this are either inefficient or ineffective.
That's why we created Community. We wanted to give all these students an effective and a direct way to communicate with their teachers in a classroom without creating any embarrassment for them to communicate. We do this through having a fully personalizable tablet as well as using Bluetooth.
Our main demographic is educators that deal with nonverbal students in a classroom setting, with over 2.9 million students in the U.S. not being able to communicate verbally. Another market is families with nonverbal children in their homes.
The current economics of our product is we're trying to shoot for a product cost for our consumers of $150 per unit. With a total production cost of $55.75 with things ranging from filament to electronics, this leaves us a profit of $94.25, giving us a profit margin of 61.63%. Our product is a fraction of the cost of our competitors while still maintaining a high profit margin.
Now let's talk about these competitors. All of these devices fall under categories of high-tech, mid-tech, or low-tech. For the high-tech options, there's companies such as Dynavox. They're really expensive. All the devices range upwards of $400, which makes it really inaccessible for lots of families. They really don't have any personalization to them. The students can just use what's already programmed into them. And all the students really don't enjoy using them within the classrooms. Lots of students that we talk to don't even use the device. They have it, but it's taken out of their curriculum because they don't like using it. For the low-tech options, it's a lot of flashcards and pointing. When you're in a classroom of 30+ students, it's really not feasible for you to raise your hand and use sign language when not everybody already knows sign language. So Community falls under the category of mid-tech. We have the personalizable aspect by making the tiles interchangeable, so any student can have any need they want. We use Bluetooth to communicate to the teachers, as well as it's easy to use with the simple designs, and then it's very affordable with the price of $150.
Now moving on to our prototyping. We started with the framework of what we wanted our product to be, with our little piece of paper with tiles with drawn little icons on them, and decided to add technology-based components as well as tactile. We moved on to our second prototype and onto our third one, and once we reached our third one, we got feedback from elementary schools like Adams and middle schools like Memorial, and we took feedback from those students and decided to make our product smaller to best fit the needs of the students. The one that you have right here is the fourth prototype that we made, which just has the ability to press the button and light up. And then over here, we have the current prototype that we're working on, which is we're working on adding the Bluetooth capabilities with the badge holder.
Now what are we doing now? As we just mentioned, we are working towards doing the Bluetooth. We are almost there. It's kind of proving to be more difficult than we thought. We are working on beta testing in schools. As right now it's summer, so we're kind of focusing more on the technology aspect of it, and then getting back into schools once school starts. Talking to lots of customers through events like this and through AmpLab, getting lots of connections, getting lots of feedback from everybody. And then we also have multiple people who have expressed lots of interest in buying our product as soon as it's on the market, such as administrators, teachers, and parents.
We'll use any winnings to fund the production of our prototype for beta testing, which teachers and parents have already agreed to do. We also want to further our online presence by getting our name out there and letting everybody know who is nonverbal that we want to help.
The affordability and adaptability of our product allows us to reach a wide range of markets, from things like nursing homes to people with other disabilities or in-house nursing. We want to help everyone we can. Our product also has a great return on investment, although it is truly a passion project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
great job, and it's quite exciting to be able to see something like this hopefully hit the market soon. I guess one of the big things that I'm pretty curious about here is, and if you can talk a little bit more about specifically who's the paying customer for this versus, I understand as well, you've mentioned, there's a lot of end users that can benefit from also interacting with the device, but who's the actual individual or entity that would be paying for the device?
We're looking to get our product implemented in schools, like have the school buy a mass amount that they can pass out to children as needed. Along with this, focusing on those schools, maybe moving into like private schools and public schools, both of those markets, and then also eventually targeting just the parent if the student, say, is homeschooled. We want to make sure that everyone has it.
I saw on your costs 4,000 designated, I think, for legal. Can you tell us about that and any pursuit of intellectual property that you've done?
We actually were trying to, that's for getting our LLC and things like our bank.
Oh, patent and stuff like that.
Patents and things like that.
Yeah.
Trying to get our product to make sure that it stays our product. So, yeah.
Maybe to follow on to Carlos's question a little bit differently, selling anything into a school or school system can be very difficult. Have you guys thought about maybe launching like maybe a mobile app or something like that where students can use their phones, connected to their teachers, stay connected that way, or something where they're using existing technology already?
Right now in our school district, because we're from Fort Wayne, they all have iPads with the program on them, but when we went into those classrooms, those kids figured out how to download games, so they all used it for games and like to make music and color and not for the actual intended use. So we want this to be actually for communicating, to actually help the students and not give them a different distraction in the classroom.
My question is around repairs. If this were to break in any sort of way, have you done any sort of analysis or research around repairing this, especially in light of the fact that students will be using it and there is the likelihood that there could be damage?
On the one over there, there's actually, we've been working on a case for it to like make sure if it does break. We haven't tested if it does break, what we can do to fix that, but we should definitely look into that. But we have been making cases for them, so if they do get dropped or messed with, you can just, it won't be as detrimental.
Okay, great.
And I would just say great job. I mean, I really, really appreciate how you kind of started with a prototype and you've tested and you've reiterated it and you've improved upon it. One question I would have is, how would it work with a teacher if you had, let's say, great adoption and there was more than one student with one of these in the classroom?
We've actually looked into that. On the badge holder, we're planning on having it buzz and light up. And if the teacher has multiple students in that classroom, we're trying to get it to be programmable to where there will be like student A is blue, student B is pink, and then on the badge holder it lights up the different colors so you know which student to go to.
Excellent.
Yeah, great job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, community, so much for your wonderful pitch. My name is Carrie Al. I am a recent graduate of Signature School from Evansville, Indiana. If you don't know where it is, kind of southwest area. And I'll be attending the IU Kelley School of Business later this fall. So I competed in Innovate WithIN for 2 years, reaching regional finals in 2021 and then state finals last year. And my team and I, we pitched an AI-driven education software platform that revolutionizes the way we teach personal finance. And so for any of you teachers out there that are required to now teach it next year, let me know. I'll get you with some resources. But now I serve as the VP of Alumni Engagement for the STARTedUP Alumni Association. So in a fast-paced and ever-changing global economy, the STARTedUP Alumni Association is here to engage our innovators and entrepreneurs like those here today with business leaders in our communities. And to do this, we highlight mentorship, student support, and the continued development of an entrepreneurial mindset, right? Viewing problems as opportunities. And so for me, I'm most appreciative of the Alumni Association and the Alumni Association team, the members, just being able to hop on a call or chat to talk about our challenges, right? Whether I can just text Dawn or call Hunter or call up Izzy, and we'll just talk everything through. And just to my other amazing members, I'm truly thankful for them. It is because of them that my company, Intertwine, grew from an idea at state finals last year to raise capital, to then build an MVP, and then test that MVP. Now we're building on top of the MVP. I just hired a CTO yesterday. And now we are generating revenue, and we're connecting with educators around the world. And so this all happened after the pitch competition like this today. So the STARTedUP Alumni Association is here for that continued development and to continue investing in the youth of Indiana to accelerate the growth of the next generation of entrepreneurs. And so a team that I'm really excited to welcome to the Alumni Association from DeKalb High School in Waterloo, Indiana, here is IntelliKids.
If I were to tell you that we're in a STEM classroom right now, would you believe me? I mean, look at them. They're bored, exhausted, unenthused, and just downright sad. And where's the science? Where's the groundbreaking technology? Believe it or not, this is a common issue across American classrooms.
Today in America, we lack proper STEM educational means to educate today's youth and tomorrow's brilliant mind.
And this is why we created IntelliKids.
The water gauge will include individually marked plastic pieces, 2 baggies with wiring, 1 baggie with LEDs, and an instructional pamphlet that'll tell you what, how, and why you're building your kit.
Our mission is to change the way we teach the youth and to have them learn in their own way at their own pace.
Some may say we have some pretty lofty goals, and they're not wrong, but we care about the education of future generations of brilliant minds.
If we don't do something, who will?
Hi, judges. Nice to meet you.
Here's a box. These are okay.
You guys can go through this. Sorry, this is the wrong box. This is the crystal cake. Hi, I'm Connor Wooler.
And I'm Nash Brown.
And this is where we started. The year is 2010. Little Connor was 6 years old and loved playing with puzzles, Legos, taking things apart, and attempting to put them back together again.
Little Nash was 2 years old and was active and on the move. Many kids of these ages have qualities and inquisitive thoughts about how the world works.
Which brings us to our problem. STEAM education can be more exciting. STEAM education can be more entertaining, and STEAM education can be hands-on.
But it's not. And this is where IntelliKids comes in.
IntelliKids are a line of STEAM educational kits that allow students to learn their own way, at their own pace, and choose their own educational pathways. As you can see in front of you, we do this with very simple to put together kits with picture text instructions along with a QR video to allow the students to really understand what they're doing and the science behind it. As far as the target market goes, our first target market would be school districts to get our kits implemented into STEM classrooms at elementary and middle school levels. Our second target market would be educational programs like Montessori schools, the Girls and Boy Scouts, and homeschooled students. Our third being parents and guardians, allowing them to give gifts to their family, friends, and their kids.
Our market size. Over $540 million is spent each year on STEAM education. And there's over 100,000 public schools in just the United States, and over 25,000 public schools in just the Midwest, and over 1,700 public schools in just Indiana. When we surveyed people 16 and older, over 80% wish they had something like IntelliKids growing up.
As far as competition goes, we judge on 2 factors, affordability and ease of use, where IntelliKids comes out on top. Microarduino and quantum integration are both geared towards older kids with more complex parts and instructions, as well as a higher price point. Circuit Mess, on the other hand, is a bit easier to use, but requires a subscription to get their better price.
IntelliKits are easy to use, snap-together pieces, and are at a price point significantly less than our competitors, and no subscription required. And here's a cost breakdown of our first kit, the water gauge kit. It costs us $14.72, including labor, and we are currently selling a kit for $45.99. Here's the cost breakdown of our second kit, the crystal candy kit. Cost us $21.81, including labor, and we are currently selling the kit for $45.99.
As far as marketing and sales go, IntelliKits is present on all forms of social media via the tag IntelliBros. The purpose of this social media is to drive customers back to our website, intellykits.net. We have also recently started a Kickstarter campaign to earn some funding to put towards the development of our products and our business. We have also started a collaboration program where anybody that joins can get their own discount code, their own affiliate link, and be able to get discounts on products.
Our team consists of Connor, the founder, me, the co-founder. We have had many amazing mentors advising us as we have grown.
As far as traction goes, back in April, we set up the IntelliKits water gauge exhibit at Science Central and got some amazing feedback from some brilliant young minds. We have also recently started meeting with a company called Allied Molded in Bryan, Ohio, and they are allowing us to meet with them weekly to allowing us access to their professionals in many different fields.
We've also been working to get a Kickstarter campaign started to raise funding for our future products. We were also named winners of the Trying Innovation 1 Challenge, the James Foundation Award, and the Believe in Dream Award, and we were also featured on 21 Live and News as Young Entrepreneurs of the Month.
By June 30th, we plan to have our IntelliKits aligned with STEAM national standards and allow anybody to get a certificate of completion upon reaching the end of our IntelliKit ranges. By the same day, we plan to meet our Kickstarter funding goal and put that money towards our business.
By July 1st, we want to have all of our Kickstarter orders fulfilled and shipped. By July 15th, we want to have a DFM ready prototype for all manufacturers.
And by July 30th, we plan to have a manufacturing agreement set in place with a company, preferably Allied Molded. And on August 15th, we plan to have our IntelliKits available in all Science Central gift shops. The future of IntelliKits. We plan to allow anybody of any age to gain access to a better educational future.
IntelliKits' use of funding from the past competitions went to website development, the branded packaging you see in front of you, and the product development to the Crystal Candy Kit and the True Wireless Charging Pad. And we also purchased ABS filament for better 3D printing.
And how will we use our $25,000? A majority of it will go towards manufacturing, it being the highest cost. But we will also hire experts and order more branded packaging, as well as acquiring more web development.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you for listening. Any questions?
You mentioned kind of the arts part of being added into the STEAM curriculum. Can you kind of tell me a little bit more about that and how it kind of differentiates your product a little bit?
So not only are we going to add the arts, but we're going to allow any different level of education throughout science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, where students can really choose the pathway they learn in and learn what they want to learn at their own pace at different levels.
Awesome. Awesome job.
Excellent. So are there any other companies or products that are similar to what you're producing and generating?
There are other STEM kit companies, but none are quite the same as ours. Ours are very simple to put together, and they don't require a bunch of prerequisite knowledge. Where our IntelliKits, you can come in with no knowledge of what you're doing and come out of it on the other end and know exactly what you're doing within the kit.
We want it to be as easy as Legos.
Great job, guys.
Thank you.
And if you had to think about, for someone like myself who actually was not into any STEM classes in high school or anything like that, if you had to think about, if I had to prioritize this in your marketing or your sales, is the goal to get students interested in STEM? Is it to get them, is it to help elevate or make them smarter somehow, students who are already involved in the STEM programs? Or is there another, if I just had to prioritize 1, 2, and 3, how would you do that?
The goal is to make students want to learn and enjoy learning and want to keep going forward after they get their first IntelliKit. A lot of kids love putting together Legos. I know I did when I was little, and our goal is to make IntelliKit something so similar to that they're not understanding that it's just an educational experience, but they're really enjoying what they're doing and they want to continue moving forward.
What specific age group for these two that you already have prototyped, the crystal candy and the water conductivity, and what's next after these two?
So those two would be elementary level, and right now we have one other kit that we're working on in the technology section. It's called the IntelliKit's True Wireless Charging Pad. A charging pad you can just snap onto the back of your phone and it will help you charge it. You get to learn about wireless charging, the use of PCBs and circuits, and rechargeable batteries. That's high school level.
But then in the future, we want to have kits on all like STEM areas, and we want to have different levels for each STEM. Like that kind of shows.
Yes, this chart shows the different areas of STEM technology and us moving forward throughout them. So we have 3 kits that we're have in development right now, and the rest are to be continued.
That's where I was going to go with my question too. I could see there's probably a voracious appetite from end users to go through these kits once they've gone through what you currently have in the market. How long will it take for you to be able to get your next set of kits to the market?
So right now we're working with Allied Mold in Bryan, Ohio. We're meeting with them weekly, and they're helping us develop our kits and move forward with IntelliKits. Once we have our current IntelliKits set up and ready for sale, we're going to start we're going to look towards the curriculum that we're setting up to try and figure out what other IntelliKits that we could create that meet this criteria, so that way once students complete, say, all the areas in the science category, they'll get a certificate of completion saying that I completed these IntelliKits and I have this information and knowledge now.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Can we give IntelliKits another round of applause, please? Thank you for that dynamic presentation. Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Spencer. I am a May 23 graduate from Purdue University. I double majored in cybersecurity and network engineering with a minor in organizational leadership, as well as pursued the certificate in entrepreneurship and innovation. A lot of people ask me, do I sleep? I'm really not sure, but it is okay. Along with that, though, I am also the co-founder, president, and CEO of Ironworks, which is a dynamic business incubator housed out of Gary, Indiana, where we are working to bridge the gap on equity issues in terms of students, minority students, as well as minority small businesses, and learning what it means to be an entrepreneur, setting them up foundationally to be ready to go and take off for success. Which really brings me to the topic of today. Innovate WithIN was really the beginning of that foundation for me in terms of what does it mean to be an entrepreneur? And looking around 4 years ago, I was on the stage just like this, and I didn't really see that many people that look like me. And that's the reason why I want to go back home to my community and help other students as well as small businesses take them to the next level. Innovate WithIN has given me so many different opportunities. Being at Hobart High School as well has really just bridged the gap on turning that engineering mindset that I had originally when I first started competing into what it means into a business mindset. A lot of different things, during the presentations and things like that we had set up was just like, okay, I get what you're saying to me, but I need you to tell me in a business format. And throughout the competition, throughout meeting with different mentors and different businesses and presenting over and over again, that really gave me the courage and the challenges and the strength that I needed to continue to pursue what it is that we were going after. And so I just say that, if you're really interested in becoming an entrepreneur, get into this competition. We definitely will welcome you with open arms because it's super important to be around people that are like-minded just like you. And, Innovate WithIN is just the way, as well as STARTedUP. So with that being said, I want to introduce Legal Tech from Signature School in Evansville, Indiana. Come on up, Legal Tech.
Well, the statewide Innovate WithIN pitch competition. We're with Legal Tech.
A group of high school kids. Legal Tech.
Legal Tech.
Legal Tech.
Legal Tech.
From Signature School.
Legal Tech. We are with Legal Tech.
Legal Tech. Legal Tech.
So, what exactly is Legal Tech?
Hi, I'm Ethan Hilton.
I'm Mun Patel.
I'm Jude Lowe, and we are the co-founders of Legal Tech.
At Legal Tech, we're revolutionizing the way people connect with lawyers. Because every day, countless individuals struggle to find the right legal representation. whether the lawyer is too expensive, lacks expertise, or simply doesn't understand their unique needs. That's where legal tech comes in. We've harnessed the power of artificial intelligence to simplify the process of finding a lawyer. All you need to do is fill out a 10 to 30 minute questionnaire, and then our algorithms sift through a vast network of experienced lawyers to find the perfect match for your specific legal needs. We believe everyone deserves equal access to justice. That's why legal tech is completely free for users, ensuring fairness and empowering individuals.
Legal tech, bridging the gap between people and justice.
Nice to meet you.
Oh. Hey. I'm Ethan Hilton.
I'm Man Patel.
And I'm Judillo. It is an honor to be here at the Innovate WithIN State Finals. However, none of this would have been possible without being inspired by a story. I'd like you to meet Laura. Now, Laura's a loving yet struggling single mother of two. And in September of 2018, she got into a car wreck that was not her fault, but the other driver's. Luckily, everybody was okay, but the other driver decided to press charges and pursue legal action. Laura spent her last dollar trying to get the best lawyer she thought she could get, but this lawyer turned out to be nothing more than an overcharging, handsome face in a billboard. Laura ended up tragically losing a case that she should have won with ease, and entered a period of serious financial trauma after that. This should never happen. From here on out, it won't. We'd like to introduce Legal Tech.
We've created Legal Tech, a website using an AI that effectively matches users to the best lawyers, based on lawyers' abilities and user preferences.
So let's pretend that Laura would have used Legal Tech instead. Well, first she'd go to our website and get started.
Next, we provide detailed and specific information, including information on her case and her personal preferences. See, because our algorithm not only matches her to the most skilled lawyers, but the most skilled lawyers relative to the criteria she values the most.
Finally, she'd get paired with the 3 best lawyers for her, with the option to view other lawyers that still match her criteria, but to not as great of an extent. Using our AI algorithm, we effectively match users instantly and at no cost to them.
There's not a single company that is doing what we do, how we do it.
Currently, in the world of legal ranking and matching, our competitors' methods are archaic and time-consuming. However, due to our own time constraints, we can't go into much more detail. But I'd love for you guys to ask us later about our competition.
Now, really quickly, I just want to move on. I want to address something before we move on. So the difference between prospects and clients. So prospects are regular people that are looking for a lawyer, the people we've been talking about. They use the Legal Tech website, and they pay us nothing. Our clients are law firms and attorneys, the ones that are looking for customers. They use Legal Tech leads, and they pay us for them. Got it? Because although our goal is to match users to lawyers, we're really in the leads industry.
We focus on the first 4 steps of a law firm's classic inbound funnel campaign.
We take customers from prospects to sales qualified leads. So all that law firm really has to do is just close out the sale. Leads with as much information as ours usually go for around $200 to $1,500 per lead, depending on the legal specialization and the content of the lead. These numbers are derived from analyzing 6 prominent legal lead vendors.
And on top of that, we have a 3% commission from settlement, which is common practice in the industry.
Now, that's assuming that the prospect completely fills out the questionnaire. However, many times they'll quit halfway, but we can still make use of these partial leads by selling our leads in a progressively tiered pricing model.
These are projected revenue figures for the next 2.5 years. We understand that at first, a large amount of users are going to be quitting out early, resulting in primarily standard leads. But after iteration on our funnel, we can expect a higher proportion of premium leads.
Our cost of sales are primarily cloud hosting, support, and domain, which proportionally results in a 91% gross margin.
And when it comes to operating expenses, initially the majority is going to be to research and development, as we've been quoted a $20,000 product launch by EIG. However, as we scale and expand, we plan on leaning heavier into marketing and advertising, and also paying back our investors. Actually, you might have noticed that it says nonprofit marketing there as an expense. And that's about our go-to-market strategy. I'm really excited about it, so it'd be awesome if you could ask about it later.
Now, I want to iterate on the fact that we are on the cusp. We already have a dynamic AI algorithm, a fully functioning lead-generating website, and have actionable steps towards our future. We are $25,000 away from explosive growth.
With a $25,000 investment, we're going straight to EIG to help us lay the digital groundwork that will allow us to scale. The remaining $8,000 will go into overhead and covering the cost of sales. And really quickly, I just want to talk about our future plan for growth. So by Q2 2024, we expect to be fully cash flow positive, and which will be running Series A funding in order to get enough capital to fuel our expansionary plans. And we plan on repeating this process until we have enough free cash flow in order to pay for our own expansionary plans without having to get investment capital.
We plan on moving fast in the micro, while remaining patient and focused in the macro. See, there are a lot of companies out there selling legal leads, but we're confident in our methods.
Now, the previous growth estimates that you just saw are conservative. But I'd like you to know that if we just got 100 leads in the next year, we'd generate more than $50,000 in revenue using our industry average estimates.
We also have an actionable roadmap with very achievable goals, with our most immediate goals being launching our website and having 15 law firms on our lead retainer.
We are currently in conversations with law firms that are salivating over our prospective high conversion leads.
We're leveraging our board advisor, Musa Ibrahim's connections to help create and foster relationships with almost all of the relevant nonprofits in our area.
And we've spoken to several investors that have shown direct interest in us, but we can't talk too much about that right now.
Every individual on our advisory board serves a specific, unique strategic purpose. We are leveraging their social and informational capital to accelerate the growth of our company. And a special thanks to these organizations and individuals for invaluable support throughout the whole process.
Legal Tech, helping those like Laura find the right lawyer. Thank you.
Well, as a recovering attorney, I'm feeling like I should kick this off.
That's awesome.
By telling you I feel a little bit seen and strangely sympathetic and empathetic towards your energy. And frankly, tons of information. Tell me, by slowing down for just a minute after that very high energy, tons of information presentation, the most valuable thing you've learned in your journey thus far for this product, Legal Tech.
I guess I'll go first, actually. Yeah. Really, I've always wanted to be an entrepreneur, and so this is kind of like, you know, that first step in. And at first, a lot of us have preconceived notions about how a business should be run. And like, as we're building prototypes and stuff like that, I remember I read through the Lean Startup, I don't know if you're aware of it, and they talked about how, well, a lot of different things, and I fundamentally realized, oh my God, we're doing it completely wrong. And I think we have epiphanies like that every other day, and then we pivot and we're like, this is right. And we build and iterate and we realize the things that don't matter, things that do, so we're moving faster than those that otherwise wouldn't have realized these things. And I think these little lessons have been awesome, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he just summed it up perfectly. But for me personally, I've just learned so much throughout this whole process about like programming and how to analyze the data sets to create this algorithm. So that's for me.
And for me, what I learned is that like businesses can just be so helpful to other people, because what we're doing is we're providing a free service out to anyone who can just come in and get a lawyer that they might need in like unfortunate circumstances. I didn't realize that like we didn't have to have like a paywall over everything, and then we can actually be very helpful without being like greedy all the time.
So over the years, I've learned to not say one thing during a pitch, and it's that there's no competition for my product. There's always something out there that people can use, even if that means they use nothing to get the result that they're looking for. So just randomly, you know, I just Googled traffic attorneys near me, right? And it does come up with a dozen, 2 dozen, you know, people. It does rank them with stars and, you know, distance to me and things like that. So I just want, as you're thinking about the rollout of Legal Tech, help us understand why I would come to your service as opposed to my 10-second search.
That's an awesome question, and very valid point.
I like setting you up for the question.
Thank you. So the question is, why are we better, right? We said that there's nobody that's doing what we're doing, and so I'd like to show you directly our biggest competitor. They're called Legal Match. They've been around since the internet was born. They do $100 million plus of sales a year. Now, if you go to the website, you know, you see this, and you're like, oh wow, they've kept up with the times. You continue, you're like, okay, well maybe not so much. And then you go through this long, arduous process of filling out everything, and then you get to this slide, or this page. Match outside your area. And I'm like, what? And so I changed my case. I went through again, match outside your area, match outside your area. Over and over and over. I'm like, what is happening? And that's because they have tens of thousands of lawyers within their database all across the nation, across, you know, US and Canada. But in Evansville, Indiana, it was only like 99 personal injury attorneys. He's not in the database. And so The difference is that here at Legal Tech, we show every single lawyer, whether they're paying to play or not, we match you with the lawyers that's best for you. It's not ranked by who pays the most. It's not ranked by, if you're paying just to even be in there. It's not who's done the most in order to get their name highest on the search ranking. We show you, with an algorithm, exactly the lawyer you're looking for. And I think that's what makes us so much more different. If we're able to convey that, I think people will be coming.
Is there a current concern that competition or possibly substitute solutions can co-opt or I guess maybe change some of the tech that you're using? So I guess if you're considering yourself like a bit of a first mover in this space, there is an advantage, but the disadvantage is that people can copy and also take. How are you planning to actually move quick? Because part of what your pitch was talking about was conservative estimates. So I think one of the things thinking about investors and everybody else, like a lot of ambition, move fast,
Absolutely.
grow quick. So how are you thinking about maybe protecting yourself from those people that could probably copy what looks like a good model?
That's a good question. So we realize that we have to move fast. Obviously, there's nobody else that's trying to copy this model yet. AI is relatively new, and this whole entire space is relatively new as well. And so we realize as well that just within our region, law firms are spending millions of dollars per year trying to be rank 1. And so we understood that if we want to move fast, we have to somehow compete with them. But we understand that we can't compete with those numbers. And so the second that somebody goes into Google search to find a lawyer, we've already lost. We know that. So we said, we need to find a way to get to prospects before they go on Google. And that's why I'm so excited about what we're doing. So Musa Ibrahim, he's sitting right there actually, he's awesome. And he's the financial empowerment officer at Old National Bank. I'm sure some of you guys know him. And what he does is, on behalf of Old National Bank, he fosters positive relationships with nonprofits and organizations across Indiana. And the reason why that's important to us, and specifically nonprofits, is because it allows us to get the foot in the door with these nonprofits to create mutually beneficial relationships. I'll explain further. So I'll give an example. Holly's House. They're a local nonprofit in our area, and they help those that have suffered through abuse. And the unfortunate part of that process is finding a lawyer. So what we do is we come in and say, hey, refer them to Legal Tech, and we'll give them free legal representation. The way that works is 3 wins. So we sell leads, right? We like that. 2 is that law firms are able to find pro bono leads. We get law firms to come onto ours, because right now there are almost no pro bono lead generation sites out there. They're very difficult to find. And
Thank you so much,
3,
guys. We're running really short on time.
I'm so sorry.
I appreciate it.
And then 3, constituents get free and reduced representation, which is awesome. We basically go to these guys and say, hey, you guys can get connected with people that want to give you free representation. So we can help those like Laura find the legal representation at a reduced rate.
Patchables is a eco-friendly dog toy company, and we use textile waste to prevent it from going into local landfills and turn it into dog toys to help the environment.
There are people who do anything for their dogs, but there's also people who would do anything for the world. So why not bring the things that are most important, our family, our pets, and our world together?
What started off as kind of an idea competition has now led to so many unique outcomes that our students are actually solving problems.
We're brickies, we push hard, we fight hard, and we don't give up.
We just don't look at problems, we fix them.
I've said it multiple times before, but the potential that these students have far surpasses many of the adults in our state, and that's really exciting for the future of Indiana.
Yes, these girls started off with an idea of, less landfill waste, but now they're partnering with Tradewinds, and they're deeply having an impact on a group of people that are severely underemployed or unemployed. That's not just a great school project, that's really benefiting the community.
Fleming?
Is Patchables. Patchables is a small business centered in Northwest Indiana that takes in textile waste that would otherwise end up in our landfills and employs the disabled community by asking them to create eco-friendly dog toys.
Last year, we competed in the Innovate WithIN state pitch competition, and we have gone on to win that and now are focusing on expanding our business as it is right now.
But none of this would have been possible without our engineering teacher and dedicated mentor, Daniel Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz, for introducing us to Innovate WithIN. And also a huge thank you to you for supporting us through Innovate WithIN, through the long nights at the school, through your pep talks, and through the general support that you had for us through Innovate WithIN and after. We would also like to thank you for introducing us to our ISBDC counselor, Judith. She is a wonderful lady, and we have enjoyed every moment with her.
We have gotten much support from Judith and Mr. Schultz, but we would also like to take a moment to recognize the sheer amount of support we have gotten from Northwest Indiana as a whole. After our regional competition, we wanted to focus on making a state pitch that would be our best one yet. And with the help of Jason Williams, the PNW team, and the entirety of the Hobart community, we were able to do so.
Through all of the support we received, we have grown so much. After our competition, we went on to buy our textile shredder. We currently have a meeting to buy our die-cut press. We have a successful Kevlar model, and we are making strides towards going towards small businesses in Hobart, Indiana.
Speaking of making strides, we have the amazing opportunity to introduce an impactful team making a difference. Please put your hands together for CleanLine.
Ruth just had a life-saving surgery that required a urinary catheter. Recovery should take a week, but Ruth has now entered a race along with 30 million other catheter recipients, the race to infection. Infection can spawn in as little as 4 days, and the mortality rate of a severe infection is over 30%.
A few days into her hospital stay, Ruth develops a catheter infection, and now her week in the hospital has become a month. She faces kidney failure and a dangerous bloodstream infection. Early diagnosis could have changed Ruth's story. That's where CleanLine steps in.
CleanLine continuously monitors urine for a chemical that indicates infection, avoiding a patient needing symptoms for a diagnosis.
It works by repurposing the same chemical indicator already commonly used in urinalysis dipsticks.
If an infection develops, the reactant will passively diffuse through the catheter line into CleanLine, turning it purple.
CleanLine will save lives by allowing for early treatment, and it will take burden off nurses by streamlining the diagnostic process. Thank you for your time.
CleanLine, keeping your catheter clean.
All right, is the mic on? Good, all right. While I was shadowing in the ER, I saw a patient a lot like Ruth. She had a severe catheter infection. And I asked the nurse I was shadowing, I said, how did she get diagnosed with this infection? And the nurse looked at me and he said, we saw blood in her urine. We did a urinalysis test. I went home and I was talking to Michaela and we were like, is that the best we can do in 2023? We saw blood in someone's urine and did a test. And that's where the idea for CleanLine came from.
Unfortunately, stories like Ruth's are repeated over 600,000 times each year, resulting in over $340 million spent on treatment and 16,000 deaths annually.
Hello, I'm Nathan.
And I'm Michaela.
And our product is CleanLine. CleanLine is a simple innovation to prevent severe catheter infections by diagnosing them before they ever become severe. This is the theoretical care model. This is what happens now. An infection spawns. Hypothetically, a patient presents symptoms right away, and then treatment's administered. The problem with that is infections don't happen in a vacuum. Most patients most at risk for these infections are on heavy painkillers and fever-suppressing medication. What often happens is, and this happens for 16,000 people a year who die, severe infections happen before patients ever present symptoms.
Hospital solution to the problem is to pump patients full of antibiotics after procedures to prevent infection. But that isn't working, at least not anymore. Overprescription simply breeds antibiotic-resistant bacteria. And not all catheter infections are bacterial infections. Many of them are fungal or yeast infections.
CleanLine aims to cut out the severe infection and the symptoms to get to a diagnosis. An infection will spawn, CleanLine will immediately turn purple, more on that in a minute, and then treatment will be administered.
CleanLine reduces overprescription and allows for diagnosis without patient symptoms. It is a plastic receptacle that attaches to the catheter lumen and continuously screens for an infection. All a nurse has to do is attach CleanLine and leave it there. The nodule will turn purple during a suspected infection, allowing for early treatment.
We haven't done this alone. To develop the science behind CleanLine, we have been working with a lead professor research professor of catheter infections at Notre Dame University, Dr. Flores Morales. Dr. Morales affirmed the necessity of an external screening device, which does not exist yet, and also has helped us develop the science. This is some of her work I'd love to tell you about in the Q&A.
CleanLine is coated with leukocyte esterase indicator, a chemical that turns purple in the presence of leukocyte esterase, an enzyme white blood cells produce that indicates infection when detected in the urine.
Leukocyte esterase indicator is not a new chemical. It's already commonly used across the world in urinalysis dipstick tests. We're not asking for millions in R&D to develop a new chemical. We're simply repurposing an already proven chemical into a screening device. This is the molecular science behind how it works. I'd also love to tell you about that in the Q&A.
We used a simple prototype to test if leukocyte esterase can passively diffuse up a catheter line. First, we placed a chemical that turns purple in the presence of a basic solution into the syringe, and then we pulled clean water up from the beaker through the line into the syringe. Next, we poured baking soda into the beaker and waited to see if the syringe would turn purple. It did, indicating that small particles can passively diffuse up a catheter line, just like in this model here.
The market for this product is huge, with 30 million catheters used every single year in the United States alone by millions of different people.
But what is our go-to-market strategy to reach that market? Our pre-manufacturing timeline is to work with Dr. Flores Morales to finish our prototype and then begin working on our 510K. Once we receive FDA approval, we'll move towards manufacturing and pitching to distribution companies.
Speaking of manufacturing, we're planning to work with Cook Medical Group. We haven't approached them yet because we're not developed enough on our prototype, but once we do, Cook Medical will be the perfect company to manufacture CleanLine because one, they're right here in Indiana, and two, they already produce a lot of catheter-related products. Unit manufacturing costs would be extraordinarily cheap, only about 5 cents per unit.
During negotiations for manufacturing, we will be pitching to medical logistics companies like the ones listed here. Medical logistics companies are middlemen that take new and existing products and market, distribute, and sell them to hospitals.
A realistic unit sale price would be about $10 per unit.
How do we know that hospitals would even want to buy CleanLine? Well, we talked to hospital administrators and department managers to find out why they would want to buy CleanLine. And surprise, surprise, it's about the money.
See, catheter infections are part of a subset of infections known as hospital-acquired infections. And according to the Affordable Care Act, hospitals have to pay for the treatment of these infections if they incur. This means that if a hospital has a patient with a catheter infection, it costs them a ridiculous amount of money to treat that infection. Any product like CleanLine that both reduces costs for hospitals, reduces burden on nurses, while also helping patient safety at the same time is extraordinarily attractive for hospitals.
In a survey of over 30 medical professionals, 80% of them said that they would use CleanLine if given the chance. The other 20% said that they might use CleanLine. Not a single person said that they would not use CleanLine.
If we won the money from this competition, we would pursue getting a patent on the product. Now, while CleanLine, the science behind CleanLine already exists, we're working on it with Dr. Morales, most of it's already there, it's extremely expensive to bring products like this to market. I'm not going to lie to you and say $25,000 will just miraculously be enough to bring CleanLine all the way to market. It takes a couple $100,000 to go through the FDA approval process to get the medical patent, actually push a product like this to market. But if it was there, it could make a large amount of money and make a difference in patients' lives.
Thank you for your time.
I really wish you guys were coming to Miami next week because we're hosting a huge healthcare conference and we have a really nice opportunity to pitch in front of some great people. But seeing as we're here, question that I have for the both of you is, I mean, this is clearly an opportunity that has a lot of need. It's going to take a large team in order to be able to make something happen.
Yeah.
You guys had already started to think about, what those next hires should be, and what are you really valuing out of those people, to add value to what you're doing?
Yeah, we're really valuing, that's why we found Dr. Morales. We actually found her through our teacher, amazing teachers are here. And she works with a lot of biotech startups to develop the technology behind their products. And she said that she would be willing to work with us for developing this product. So we're focusing on people who can help us with the science, because we don't have huge backgrounds in molecular biology.
Yeah.
Those people who can help us patent, and people who can get FDA approval.
We didn't go too far into the science, which is okay. But would you mind maybe talking for a moment about just the accuracy level of identifying whether or not there might be any false positives or anything like that? What's the probability of those?
So we have studies in our executive summary about the accuracy of leukocyte esterase indicator itself, and they have a really high, like above 90% accuracy rate, and then very, very few false positives. It's almost impossible for there to be a false positive. There were other test options, like a nitrite test or like a blood test, but both of those had higher false positives, which is why we chose to use leukocyte esterase indicator.
Yeah, the research on leukocyte esterase indicator is well established. It's used across the world.
Any supply chain issues with your pieces, parts to this fantastic thing?
Well, I would say no, but because of COVID, the entire medical industry, medical industrial complex has had supply chain issues. So while we haven't looked specifically at the people probably in China who would be supplying us with the leukocyte esterase indicator, dipstick tests are still being produced across the world. So the indicator is still being made. Would there be issues? Potentially, but they would probably resolve in the future. That's the answer I'll give you.
So is it safe to say that this is the first product like this that will go into the market?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And then as you are talking with individuals and organizations, are you having people to sign non-disclosure agreements because to protect your technology and your product? Any thoughts around that?
That's a really good idea. We haven't done that yet. Because we're still developing the product with the professor at Notre Dame. So the technology we have now, I'm not going to talk about everything because it's working with her. We have not signed a NDA with her yet, though.
Okay.
I would echo that, and great job that there's a lot of meat to the concept that you've brought to the table. Just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, this is a screening tool.
Yes.
It's a screening tool that then allows people to diagnose, or not diagnose, but decide to do a diagnostic earlier in the process. I love that. I think that's great. Maybe going a little bit deeper, can you kind of describe what the business relationship is with the professor at Notre Dame currently?
Yeah, so we've been communicating with her to develop the science behind the product. She said that she's willing to work with us further. She works with a lot of different companies. So we haven't gotten that far with it. We have been talking with her about, would this be possible? She's like, yes, I'd love to work with you in the future. So developing that relationship further is one of the things that we'll focus on in the future.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Have you met Legal Tech?
We have met Legal Tech, actually, yes.
I love it. Touché.
Yes.
Great job, guys.
Very good.
Yeah, excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think maybe one of my favorite quotes, it was during the pandemic, and Governor Holcomb was talking, and he said, I would rather, I'm quoting him, he says, I would rather be a governor during a global pandemic than to choose a winner today. Yeah, I have to stand by that. Reminder that if you want to be a part of People's Choice Award, there is the QR code. And I also want to bring out, really as we build this ecosystem to grow Indiana, we're going to have this awesome panel discussion really quick with David Roberts. And I have to say a personal note, none of this would happen without David Roberts. He was the person that first approached us and said, I've got this idea, and then trusted a high school teacher from Noblesville to run with it. So excited to bring back David out. But before they can, as we set this up, I want you guys to take a quick look at the video of the workshop we did at Salesforce for just IPS students. It was a great day of impact, and if you guys can go ahead and show that as we set up for the panel.
I appreciate everybody coming here today. We've got a few guest speakers to talk about kind of our journeys, to think about entrepreneurship, to think about what does it take to run a business. And we're here at Salesforce. We love Salesforce. We love being up on this floor, and we love hosting events like this for the community. So I'm with Salesforce, and we're here at the Ohana floor, the 47th floor, the tallest building in Indiana, and we're hosting a pitch competition with several IPS schools in attendance. We've got individuals here. We've got teams with ideas. It's kind of great for us because we're a software company here at Salesforce, and we've already talked to some of the kids, and they've got new software apps, phone apps that they want to do to help save people money or to help with medical bills. So it's kind of neat to work with the IPS schools to talk to some of these mentors that are helping craft their pitch.
The conversations that are happening, I'm kind of looking over here here right now that are going down is that these students are bouncing off ideas with great trusted mentors that could potentially last for years now. And sometimes in school, when your teacher says it's a great idea, they appreciate that, but it's a teacher thing, it's in school. These are professionals in various amounts of different areas, and getting feedback from them is A, impactful in the sense that it's probably got a little bit more market insights, but B, hopefully some of these relationships is a networking opportunity.
It feels good, you know, to like have people to support you. It's actually like very like nerve-wracking.
Now that I'm in that position in the NFL, I just feel like it's super important for me to be visible. You know, for me to be able, for students and kids in the Indianapolis community to be able to reach out and touch me and feel me and understand who I am. Just to let them know that their dreams are real.
It is so important to get all the partners in the same room. I think we have all the ingredients in Indiana to enable people to start businesses and commercialize innovation, but we have to connect them. We have to connect all the different parties, because when you think about creating the conditions for people to start companies, including students, it means we have to have them in touch with the resources so they can build the connections that they need.
We want to continue to support STARTedUP Foundation. We want to continue to be a part of Innovate WithIN, and also wrap our services, wrap our support around what Dawn is creating across the state for young people, and to see more IPS participation as we've seen today.
It was quite inspiring, especially felt very accepting that I got to get some of their information. I could talk more than just like the 2 hours we had today.
I think it's a responsibility of all of us, especially organizations with a platform like Elevate Ventures, to give back, but to start as early as we can. Partnering with the IPS provides access to students to start to excite them as early as possible about starting innovative businesses here in the state of Indiana.
All right. We're almost there. We're almost halfway. Hi, judges. Hi, judges. Hi, team. How are y'all doing? Friends, come on out. This is Katie. This is Rico. This is Jacob. And as you can see, the pictures were taken both before I started at the state and started to get gray hair, and before Jacob started to grow out his hair.
And before my haircut.
Yeah.
Mine was 3 months ago.
Yeah, more authentic. Listen, the bios are in here. We've got 15 minutes, and as someone once said, long way to go, short time to get there. So we're going to skip some of the overall background. But what I'd like you all to do as you answer this first question is say where you are, a little bit about the organization and your role in it. But since we're here talking about entrepreneurship, can each of you please talk about how an entrepreneurial mindset affects your organization? And Katie, since you hosted Ohana Suite activities, why don't you take it away?
Awesome, thank you so much. It's awesome to be here. My name is Katie Mears. I am the State and Local Government Affairs Manager for Salesforce. I manage the Midwest region. I'm based here in Indianapolis. So I work with a lot of these partners, right, that Dawn was talking about that help programs like this exist and lobby them quite hard to continue their investments in programs like this because it is so important and we see the impact. So not only lobbying, but having folks come in, have that workshop that we had, it was just so fantastic. I know the students got a lot out of it, but our employees also did, right? It's just really inspiring to see these young people chasing their dreams, making big chances, taking big chances on themselves. I wouldn't have my job if it weren't for big ideas. Our CEO, Mark Benioff, had an idea to go to the cloud when the cloud wasn't a thing. I know that's crazy to some of our students here, but that was not a thing. That was a crazy bananas idea at the time. And I'm sitting here in this role and 70,000 of my closest colleagues and friends around the world because of a big idea. So it's really important to take those big chances, think ahead of the curve, and take a chance on yourself. You can do it.
Katie, thanks. Rico.
Yep. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rico Francis. I have the honor of serving as the Pacers Foundation Social Impact Director at Pacers Sports Entertainment. It's the first ever of its role. My day-to-day work is to oversee our charitable giving, grants, programming, and most importantly, the social impact of our organization. A common misperception is we are not just the foundation for the Indiana Pacers. We support the Indiana Fever, Pacers Gaming, our recently moved Mad Ants team that will be coming to Noblesville, but also the entire organization overall. When it comes to an entrepreneurial mindset, the foundation does not receive checks from players, does not receive checks from our ownership, which is the Simon family, which is an incredible family. Our money comes from our fans that have a trust and support in investing in community programs across the state of Indiana. So I think my job is unique and awesome because I get to think about our students here, right by our field house in central Indiana, but all around our state. Great to be here.
Yeah, thanks for that. And just real quickly, Jacob, I mean, you've got Mark Benioff, great entrepreneur, investing in Indiana from afar. And then we have the Simon family making investments in the community consistently, taking all that money they're making around the world and focusing in here on Indiana. Great stories. Jacob, please take it away. Elevate Ventures.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with so many friends and meeting so many new people. Jacob Schbach, I'm a partner at Elevate Ventures. We are the state's venture capital partner. We're the most active VC firm in the Great Lakes region. We're actually 5th, reported by PitchBook last quarter, 5th in the nation. So we do a lot of investments, and all of those investments are in companies based in Indiana, which is really exciting. My particular focus area within Elevate is working with our absolute earliest founders, the pre-seed and seed stage companies. And answer the question about entrepreneurship, why it's important within our organization and the ones that we work with. Really, I look at entrepreneurship is we're all problem identifiers as just humans, right? Entrepreneurs are the ones that then take that extra step and identify solutions to the problems that we see, then go off and actually try to solve these problems. So it's one part identification of how to solve something, and then the magnitude of grit and tenacity to go out and execute and work towards that is really what entrepreneurship's about. So we love hiring entrepreneurs, ex-entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs as the term is often called, and working with them out in the market.
So, and on behalf of all the young entrepreneurs here, Jacob, thank you so much for bringing your checkbook today. It is a big thing to write a big check on a day like today. So everybody should hit him up at lunch. No, so let's shift now to the second part of the panel. So I don't know if anyone's noticed, but the economy has changed dramatically in the last 6 months. However, if you look back in history, some of the toughest times in the economy is when some of the greatest companies were formed, or some of the greatest companies really took that next step of growth. So Jacob, I'm going to start with you and move back down the panel. You have a forum here to talk about entrepreneurship and why it's alive and well here in Indiana, despite some of the macro challenges. Can you talk about what you would want everyone to know about Indiana's economy around entrepreneurship?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I would focus in on really what is the cost to start a company today relative to what was that cost 5 years ago, a decade ago, and what's it going to be next year, 5 years from now. We are seeing the cost of starting a company and the friction of getting your first dollar to just get smaller and smaller. Just the efficiencies of going to market is becoming easier and easier. And then you just layer on tech solutions that we see. Artificial intelligence, right? At that point, a team is so much more effective and can produce so much more output, be it in their sales and marketing strategy or building tech, than ever before. Indiana is set up nicely to reap the benefits of this dynamic sea change that we're seeing due to having these resources, having a state that's zeroed in on making sure we have the right incentives and programming to support the absolute earliest stage entrepreneurs through scale. It's just an exciting time when we hear, particularly, not to beat up on the coast, but you just hear about the limitation of fundamental resources that's required to even live is starting to get strained. And here we have set ourselves up so nicely as a state to take advantage of these opportunities.
A fun fact, I used Google Bard, their AI offering, since they're a sponsor. And I went ahead and asked Bard, what is the shortest 3-person panel in history? And I'll just tell you that we're setting records today. So we're going to keep going. Rico, any thoughts about entrepreneurship alive and well here in Indiana?
Absolutely. So the Pacers Foundation just turned 30 this year. So what we're doing is taking a major step back and looking at the investments that we've made across the state, but also pushing our nonprofit partners. One thing we saw the Secretary of Education talk about just earlier is how corporations and partners are starting to blur the line between K-12, higher ed, and the workforce. Something we're excited and extremely proud about is the Eli Lilly Foundation invested $800,000 for a STEM-based board game called NBA Math Hoops. This allows us to engage the traditional and non-traditional student when it comes to the NBA field by not only exposing them to our players, but exposing them to the workforce behind it. When I tell you analytics is a core of our business at the Pacers, it is a core of our business. So one thing that we're doing is partnering and pushing our sponsors, our partners that help fund these amazing grants to our communities, and making sure that they're aware of, one, the effort that it takes for our teachers. For a second, can we give our teachers in the room a round of applause? We are helping them recognize the need and the utmost importance of making sure that when we're thinking about these investments with our youth, that we're also thinking about the adults that are around them. So when we're talking about entrepreneurship, the foundation is really pushing social entrepreneurship with our nonprofits to create those plans, not only to work with schools and communities, but to make sure that students who might not have many more opportunities can still build skills like these pitches that we're seeing today, most of which I did not have the confidence to do when I was in high school. So I think when it comes to supporting our nonprofits, we are really pushing them in the best way possible to start integrating their programming, workforce development, alongside what we see day to day as being those crucial needs.
Perfect, thanks. Katie, any thoughts?
Yeah, you stole my AI point. So I just want to hit on that just one more time. I think AI is super important, and also important to think about how it's going to affect our economy, jobs, so to have a real equality lens about how AI is going to be applied. There's a lot of advantages, yes, but a lot of risk. So Salesforce has a ton of smart people, like the kids in this room, thinking about this problem. So how to do AI in a trustworthy and, with humanity and equal rights and all that in mind. So first of all that, and then again, I think even though our company is $25 billion big, right, a global company, we act like a startup because it's technology, and that's just always changing, and it's never going to stop changing. We were barely talking about AI in the way we are today, like 3 months ago, and now, I don't want to spoil this, but students are writing papers with ChatGPT, right? So it's a new world. It's incredible and it's exciting, but you've got to be, you've got to have that innovative mindset all the time, and so we need students who can fill those roles at Salesforce to help us stay ahead of that curve.
Students, well, let me plant the seed for a third question, and then I'll make a quick comment. I'd like you to think about what message you would provide to parents and grandparents that are here and how they can foster the entrepreneurial dreams that these students have today, because I know that not all of us come from a background where that would be encouraged. I can tell you my parents would have freaked out if I told them, yeah, I'm not going to college, and I'm going to pursue this dream, or I'm going to do this in parallel. That would have been a tough putt. But just real quickly, for all of you students, you are living through the next massive sea change in technology with artificial intelligence. Anywhere you look, it's at minimum a 30% impact on productivity. And some people see that as a threat, right? You're going to take 30% of what might be called white-collar jobs out of the arena. What it really means is what Jacob talked about. It reduces that friction and makes everyone more productive. So think about what you would do if you could have 30% more productivity in your day, and that's coming at you guys, a massive opportunity set. But parents and grandparents, any messages you all might share with them?
I mean, I would just say embrace it. If you're here listening to this message, obviously you're supportive of your kids and what they're doing, even if you might not quite understand it, and I'm with you. I don't quite understand all of it either. So just keep embracing it, and also just acknowledge the world has changed. Like we said, the rate of change in our world is just so much faster now. We are just in a completely different world, right, than like when my parents went to school and it was like, you gotta go to college and then you do this and that. We're just not in that world anymore. There's so many different paths, which is exciting, and I understand, scary for some folks, but I think embrace it. I think smart young kids know what they need to do, so we should just listen to them and support them.
I think for me, I'm gonna try to make as much eye contact with parents. Give yourself grace, but also give it. I grew up with a single mom, graduated high school 10 years ago, college 5 years ago, and we still talk about those days where she had to work a double shift and couldn't come to that pitch competition or couldn't show up to that area. But in reality, she was getting those resources that I needed to get here. So I'm just letting you know we're in a time where the mass consumption of media is gonna make your child feel like they're not getting something. It's okay. But make sure to have that conversation with them. I think one of the biggest things my mom and I reflected on is when we were kind of getting heated in that moment, take a quick breather, come back and touch base, because that conversation is going to transform into a healthy relationship with a manager and a boss. My boss is here somewhere, Corey, but we had this conversation the other day. You know what I mean? When you're in that entrepreneurial mindset, one of those factors is failure. You know what I mean? And that's not always the easiest thing to do. And something that we're seeing with our K-12 program with Math Hoops is one of the biggest skills that we're communicating across is that in basketball, there's always going to be a winner and there's always going to be a loser. But at the end of the day, regardless if you're a winner or a quote-unquote loser, there's a chance to learn from that experience and build from that capacity. So parents, please give yourself grace when you're going throughout this process, but also extend that to your child if you can.
Yeah, that character of resilience is big and important. Jacob?
Yeah, I'll just make just two quick comments. First of all, like my old man cane waving. When I was your age, students, we were making the transition from the calculator to Excel, right? And just imagine doing all the things that you do now with a calculator. So it's that paradigm shift that I was able to enter into the market and build efficiencies for my early employers and create some actual startups as well based on that. And you have that ability now to leverage AI in that same capacity where there's a lot of like old curmudgeons stuck in their ways now, right? That you can go in and blow up these models. So that's point number one. The second point I'd make for the parents is this encouragement of thinking big. I love this. I love what's happening here. And you're in a pivotal seat to continue to encourage thinking about addressing national and global problems, not create a feature company, but a platform company, to use some buzzwords. That is really where we're at, is everyone needs to be thinking global scale for them to be competitive, and the tools are there in order to make it happen.
We're basically at time. Just one last question. Where would you all finish if you were in this competition today? Dead last or last or?
They wouldn't let me in the room.
Yeah, that's right. All right.
The reality.
How about a round of applause for panelists? Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. That was amazing, and we love working with all of you. Hello, everybody. My name is Allie Linden-Schmidt, and I'm the Director of Development for the STARTedUP Foundation. And you guys already know what that means. I'm here to make the ask to get you guys engaged, and there's so many ways that you guys can do that, so I'll describe that for you. As you can imagine, working with thousands of students and teachers across the state, this is critical for us to maintain our programming and also grow and scale it every single year. So, looking at that, we break it down into 3 different sections, and it is time, talent, and treasure. So, time, mentorship is critical to student success. As you saw, these students here today, they've met with collectively over 70 mentors, getting them ready to be on this stage. It goes well beyond just the pitch, but it's giving them life advice, what they should do after high school. And so we're always looking for more mentors to get involved for just way more than just the teams you see here today, but for the thousands of students across the state. So if you can give an hour of your time or continue to work with them throughout their entrepreneurial journey, that would be greatly appreciated. Another thing is attending our events, which give yourself a pat on the back. You're all here today, so thank you for coming. Now you get to really experience how amazing our students are, so continue to follow along, share your experience. That means the world to us. The second is talent. So I don't know about you guys, but I think about this on the regular. There are over 340,000 high schoolers in the state of Indiana and 682 high schools. We are just barely getting started on the student engagement. And so if you are aware of other youth organizations or partners to get more people involved, that's exactly what we're looking for to make it as easy as possible for students and teachers to get engaged. So would love to have that discussion on getting more students across Indiana involved in our programming and working together to do that. And then lastly, you guys saw the students so far. They're amazing, and they would love internships, job opportunities, and so if you are an employer in the audience and you want amazing talent, this is your way to engage with them. So please let us know if that's an opportunity, and we will let them know how to get involved. And last but not least is treasure. I'm wearing green because I'm talking about money and fueling this organization. And so it is absolutely critical to us to keep this free for all students, teachers, and schools, and that is the most important thing, to eliminate any barrier for getting everyone involved in the programming. So because of that, we're gonna fundraise externally until our faces turn blue, which is honestly my favorite thing, because we get to connect organizations to something that brings them a lot of value. So through that, we have so many different packages of ways to get engaged with their programming. So you basically can't say no. It ranges from $500 up to title sponsorship. And you can also sponsor our immersion trips to DC and to Italy. So if you don't do it and you get to go with, that's a big point. So if you don't do it just for the students, do it for the Italian Parmesan cheese. Okay? Round of applause for that. So I'd love to talk to all of you on ways that you can get engaged. This is so important that you guys are here, and we really, really appreciate it. Every little bit counts. So you guys are truly, you make this happen, and I'm excited for you to continue to watch the students. So you may be asking, okay, I'm inspired. How do I make an impact right now, today? That is People's Choice Awards. So as Don mentioned, this event alone costs over $100,000 just in seed investments and all the programming. And so all of this is really, really important. And again, every little bit plays a massive role in this ecosystem and for student lives. So we greatly appreciate you all being here. I think I hit everything on my notes. You all can relax now. We're gonna do a 10-minute break, so please come back shortly. And if you would like to get in contact, my information is in your program. So go ahead and check it out, and we appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
see it. It's green.
You see it? All right.
Oh. see the sticker on yours?
All right, hello. All right, all right, all right. What happens when you set out food too early during the short intermission? You eat. Sorry if we were like rushing you back in. We're getting dangerously close to wrapping it up, and people are like, awesome, it's time to eat. If you did not get something to eat, the official time to eat is right after this. If you did, then you get to like walk some of it off and eat again. Maybe there's an upside to that. All right, welcome back. We're going to the next pitches. Want to again thank our sponsors at Butler University, who's provided this awesome auditorium and all the food and all the other great experiences. Also, the IDC, Google, CICP, and the Indiana Small Business Development Centers. And as always, if you have seen one today, you're like, I want to vote for that young man or that young lady, that's the QR code to do it. Other than that, want to welcome from Westfield High School, Team Red Applications.
Red Applications is a company focused on giving students the tools they need to be successful in their academic careers.
It all started about 2 years ago when I moved from Mexico to the United States. My English wasn't very good, and you could tell. I was struggling and my grades were going down. I tried going to my teachers for help, but then having 5 classes a day and 100 plus students, they couldn't really find enough time to help me individually. So that's why I created Tutorus. Tutorus is a software that works within the high school's educational system and allows students to be able to find tutors from their own National Honor Society.
Since then, Tutorus grew into what we are today, Red Applications. I joined Liam last year, and I noticed the passion he had for helping students like me that need help. Working together, I also found a passion for helping students. The more our company grows, the more students we can help.
Today, Red Applications has 3 softwares: Tutor Us, Clubs, and EdSocial.
We want to revolutionize the educational system for the better. We want all students to have the same opportunities and for the students to have all the tools they need to succeed.
How are you?
Okay, let's take a moment to reflect on the flaws in our educational system. Not to criticize, but to ignite a question. It's in the overcrowded classroom where individuals' dreams are lost, where struggling students yearn for personalized help. We must acknowledge that the outdated system limits our teachers' abilities to fully nurture all of these students' potential. By acknowledging these flaws, I hope we can find ourselves looking at the same picture. As Edgar and I just graduated high school 20 days ago, these words I just said were our reality, but we're changing that. In this presentation, we have 3 goals, 3 things we want you, the audience, to remember. First, the reason for our business, why we started Red Applications and what this company means to us. Second, the path we've taken to arrive where we are today. And third, the impact we'll have in this community and the opportunities we have in front of us.
So let's start at the beginning. Why we started Red Applications? At first, we were not Red Applications, we were Tutors, a company that my partner Liam Lloyd created 2 years ago. As he moved from Mexico to the United States, he had troubles with his classes and English language in general, which started to affect his grades. He tried to go to his teacher for help, and he realized how full their schedules were, and they simply couldn't find the time to help him. But he also saw that it wasn't just him that was in this trouble, but also his friends were in similar situations too. Then he heard of this group of almost 100 Hispanic students in his high school that were non-English speakers. Another group of special education students or at-risk students, and let's be honest, at some point, every single student needs some extra help.
So after joining Mr. Moore's entrepreneurship class, I was motivated to find a solution for me, a solution for my friends, and a solution for all students. This solution was TutorUS. Using the advantage of knowing a very talented group of programmers in Mexico, I created a software that works within the school's educational system. This software creates a platform where students can find other students from their own National Honor Society and have tutoring sessions together. This brings together the school community and raises their academic standards. And this is when Edgar joined me. Together we began expanding TutorUS, making pitches to schools and getting more and more involved in the educational system.
As Liam and I did this, we found a passion for helping students find the help they need. And our way of doing this was TutorUS. But then we realized there were a lot more issues than we initially saw. And that's why we created Red Applications. Our goal is to help all the students have the same opportunities and to give the students the tools they need to be successful in their academic careers.
Now, Red Applications has 3 products. The first one, TutorUS, the one we just recently talked about. Second, EdSocial. EdSocial is a software that helps students be more organized. It provides the student with a calendar that has all the school events going on, helping them be more social, but also helps them organize their homework deadlines, test and quiz dates, and it gives the students a personalized agenda. And then their third product, Clubs. Clubs is a software that helps the student join extracurricular activities, strengthening their educational system and expanding their knowledge and experiences. It also helps the clubs advertise their events, their activities, and manage their members. If you'd like to hear more about these products, please ask for them in the Q&A.
But Liam and I are ambitious. We not only want to improve students' lives, in the future, we want to revolutionize the way schools' educational system works for the better.
And how are we going to do this?
Has anyone heard of artificial intelligence?
We're going to integrate artificial intelligence with the educational system. But before we explain how we're doing this, let us explain why.
So this is our own Westfield High School portal. 26 apps, each working independently from each other. Now, these apps are amazing, and the benefits the students who use them can get from them are just awesome. The issue here is that it is so hard to use all of them. 26 different logins, 26 different passwords, and having to learn how to navigate through each of them, the students are just not getting all the benefits these apps have to offer for them.
So what we're doing is connecting all of them with artificial intelligence and allowing students, teachers, staff members, and even parents to access it through a chatbot. We call it AI Hub. Now, as you can see above me, AI Hub grabs the information from the database of the 26 different apps and uses it to help the student in unbelievable ways. In this scenario, it's helping the student study for his upcoming pre-calculus test. But the amazing thing about this is that it can look at the student's information, analyze it, and tell the student where he should study in base of where the student has been struggling in the past, giving him a personalized study guide.
Now, let's talk numbers. Are we really profitable? After running market studies to see where we should set our prices on, we landed on these prices. We have 3 plans ranging from $4 to $6 per student. It is important to know that we sell 2 high schools as 1-year subscription, so it's completely free for students. Initially, we're targeting 2 schools in Indiana. Indiana has 800 seat schools, around 480,000 students. Now, we project that in the first 2 years, we will be able to have active contracts with 10% of our target market, bringing $290,000 annually.
Our revenue potential is enormous. We're selling 1-year subscriptions, which means that all of our clients are reoccurring clients. This means that we are growing exponentially. This enormous opportunity we have to grow means that the more we grow, the more students we can help.
Liam and I are committed to creating a future where students have enough tools to be successful in their academic careers, where the only impediment they have to succeed is on themselves and their desire to excel. We want to get to a point where there are no language barriers or any other kind. We want to take the educational system to the next level. I'm Edgar Medina. This is Liam Lloyd.
Help us help these students find the help they need.
Gentlemen, delightful presentation.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
So well done. Such a great need. Your target customer then is high schools, correct?
Middle schools and high schools.
Okay.
And in the future, we would like to go to colleges, but we're focusing on those 2 for now.
All of which limited budgets. Have you thought about what expenses you may be saving schools so that they would have spend for you, or maybe what line items in their budgets you're replacing or fixing or alleviating so that you can help them find the money to spend with
Yes,
you?
definitely. School budgets is a thing we've been very aware of. We've been pitching to schools in the Hamilton County mainly, which is a very rich county, so money isn't much of a problem for them. When we pitch them, money is rarely the problem when we talk to them. But we do acknowledge that there's schools outside of this area that maybe don't have that budget. So we've been looking at several options of sponsoring. So the way that this would work is that, for example, McDonald's, this is a random example, McDonald's would sponsor a school to have our product with them, and it would say they're Tutor Us, sponsored by McDonald's, stuff like that. That way it's not completely paid by the school, but they're using external sponsors to use a tool for the schools and for the students.
Thank you.
I guess just kind of an extension to that question, one of the things that I was also curious about is how much of this is also coming from standardizing like policy, for example, at the district level or maybe at the state level, mandating that there are certain expenses that can be made, for example, in something like this. I know, for example, in the state of Florida, there are certain mandates for softwares to be procured, but it's purchased by every single district as a result. So it actually makes like the sales process easier in the sense that you have one customer, but it takes a really long time to be able to get it.
Yes, definitely. Great question. We've been working this. So I started Tutor Us last year, and since then we got involved with an association with Westfield High School, which is our high school. We've been working all year with them, and we've been in contact with the district because they've been telling us how this works and how this whole procedure goes. They have a budget per student. That's what we saw, our price per student. And we make sure we have that budget fitting the school's needs, if that makes sense.
I'm curious about the Tutor Us product and a couple of the others, very data intensive, user kind of usage data intensive. How do you manage, that data population and keeping it current with the users?
So you mean how do we make sure that there's tutors available for the students? So the system we use for Tutor Us is that as a National Honor Society, you have to do 30 service hours every year, 15 of those depending on the school, but most have to be tutoring sessions. So the tutors from the school sign up by themselves. The teacher, the sponsor for the National Honor Society, accepts them. She has a list of who's National Honor Society. She has a list of who wants to be a tutor, and she can just accept who she wants to be a tutor. And through that, they just have, it's completely free for the students. They get their tutoring, and the National Honor Society students, they get their volunteer hours.
Very cool. Very cool.
So my question would just be, if you were to win the competition, how would you use the $25,000?
Definitely. So we already have Tutor Us completely done. I participated last year, and I won $5,000. That's the money I used to pay off Tutor Us. We still need money for Ed Social and clubs, which is almost already done. It will be ready in about a month, but we do have to finish paying them. So I'll definitely go to them, and I'll also start going to finding employees for the AI hub to get that. But we need a bit more money than just $25,000 for that. But we plan on beginning with Ed Social, clubs, and Tutor Us, bringing in a revenue from that, and then reinvesting it into our company and using that money to one day develop AI hub.
Nice. Do you have any indications on specifically like the performance of the academic performance of students that have used some of the tutoring services, like the peer-to-peer component that you're talking about? Are they getting better grades? Is there more confidence in the classroom, et cetera?
Yes, definitely. That's a huge thing for schools. They always ask that whenever we pitch them. That's something we have. So right now we haven't been in any schools except the Westfield, since we're still in we've been prototyping this year. We're getting ready to start selling next year. We've already talked to other schools. But with Westfield, after a year, we do have a system where they can see all the data, the GPAs, the grades per classroom, seeing the average and all this. They can see it and see if it's working for their school or not. That's why we work as one-year subscriptions. So if after a year they see, hey, this isn't working for my students, they can just choose not to get these next year. So they do have access to all of that. And we don't, because that's student information that is very delicate for an external body to look at it. So it goes directly to the school administration, and we don't get access to that.
And maybe to follow up on Carlos's question, when you think about, is this product nice to have or have to have, I mean, would Westfield, are they looking at this as a replacement for their current portals, or is this something that would streamline and replace everything?
Well, I'll tell you how the tutoring club worked at the beginning. So I got here and I didn't know English, and I wanted tutors for English. I went to my teacher for help. She took the sponsor for the tutoring club. It took about 2 weeks to give me one tutoring session. Then after that, all connection was lost, and I had to go through the same process again. And then the other hand, I was also a National Honor Society student. And I said, hey, I'm going to tutor in Spanish. So I went to a teacher, hey, how do I find students to tutor them? She told me there's a Spanish wing. Knock on the doors and ask if anybody needs a tutor. And I did that, and in 2 months, I got maybe 2 sessions. So the method they use right now really does not work, and that's what we're trying to replace.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome job.
Thank you, Liam and Edgar. Are you inspired yet by what you've seen today? Let me tell you, I even have nervous energy just watching these kids as they're presenting because it is so exciting. My name is Nikki Yago. I'm Senior Manager of Talent with Connexus, Indiana, and I was also a member of the Innovate WithIN boot camp. And like anyone else, I knew I was giving up a few hours on a Saturday to come work with some kids, which one thing I liked about that, I thought I want to work with people who want to do some work, and that's exactly what it was. And let me tell you, though, it wasn't work at all. It was perfect that it was the month of May. I was going in there, and I thought that they would be drafting off of me and my wealth of experience that I had to bring to the table, but it was actually the direct opposite. I think that I drafted off of them, and I took from their energy and their hope and their excitement and their dreams, and it really catapulted a lot of what I had inside of me to go back and encourage me to work some more. And I'll tell you, I work with the business community all the time in talent, and one of the things that I'm hearing people talk about is, what does my talent pipeline look like? How do I influence that? Let me tell you, business leaders, you influence your talent pipeline by doing things like partnering with the boot camp, like mentoring these students. And I hear business leaders talking, and they're saying things like, what about talent loss? What about brain drain? What about the numbers of students that leave our state institutions? Well, students that are aware of opportunities within their community and that know business leaders within their state stay. You retain that talent. So that's another way to partner and keep them. And I think every year somebody comes to my door and sells me that $25 plastic card that's a discount for restaurants. Have you gotten that? Anyone? Yeah, you put it in your glove box and you go to the restaurant and you forget about it till you're on your way home. But you do it because there's a kid that's going to go to sports camp because of that money, because their football coach recognizes that there is a whole lot of value in them learning from a different coach. And it's true. It really works. It really works to have another voice. And I look at that. I had a son that was a wrestler. He started wrestling very late in his athletic career. And so technically he shouldn't have probably gone to state, but he really, really wanted to. And his junior year, he was like, I'd really like to go to state and get on the podium and get a medal. I don't think that I'll get first or anything. So he went to his coaches. What can I do to make this happen? And they said, you need to go wrestle with some other coaches and some other teams. So they set him up with 2 different schools. He did that some during the latter part of his junior year and in the summer, and then by his senior year, he was a new creature. He went to state and he made it and got a little medal, made it on the platform. And that did not happen because his coaches weren't good enough. His coaches were phenomenal. His coaches were great. It happened because sometimes you need a different perspective. It happened because sometimes you need to be uncomfortable and off balance in order to lift your confidence in what you're capable of doing. And that is what happens when you're mentoring. That is what happens when you come into the boot camp and you are a business person and you're offering advice. You're giving a different perspective. And you're probably telling them exactly the same thing their teacher already said, but it's kind of like, as a parent, if my friend tells my child, they hear it. If I tell them, they don't. And so it's an amazing experience. I hope, parents, that you go home, talk to to your boss. Talk to people in the community. I hope business people that you are bringing someone alongside of you to really build our talent place. And I'll tell you what, I have yet to buy a card from someone that went on to become a D1 scholar in athletics. But when you partner with this boot camp, let me tell you what, you are partnering with D1 scholars. Maybe not D1 athletes, but these are D1 scholars. These are top-notch kids. These are the kind of kids that one day I get to say, I knew them when. So thank you so much, and I'm really excited to introduce Toe Scout from Hobart High School.
I'll let you guys know when to open these. I'll let you know when to open them. Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Benjamin Eberly, and today I'm here to present to you Toe Scout. This is my daredevil twin sister, Macy. She loves all things action, and her new hobby has become water skiing. And with this, it's been a real challenge for our whole family to learn how to do this, because my dad has to learn how to drive the boat, and me and my mom have to learn how to be the spotters. And with this has come a whole new learning curve, because we've had to learn how to translate hand gestures into words. And it's created a real problem because my dad, as a father, wants to make sure his daughter's okay. And he can't do that when he has to focus on the lake in front of him. So we wanted to figure out a way, how can we make sure he knows she's okay while he still keeps his eyes on the lake? And that really led me to ask myself some key questions here of, would you drive a car if it didn't have mirrors? Would you drive a car and tow someone behind it without mirrors? And with these thoughts, it really led me to look into the industry more, and I realized that there's over 12,000 boating accidents that occur annually. That comes out to a daily average of 65 during the summer months. And I realized this was a problem. I knew I had to do something about it, but I had 3 criteria that I wanted to meet. These include improved safety. I wanted to create something that would improve safety on the water and really just make sure the water sport athletes are okay. This was a big problem, and always 2 sets of eyes is better than 1, so anything I could do to get more eyes on the skier would be helpful. I also wanted to create something that was easy to install. That way, when people actually did buy the product or wanted to use it, it was easy to use. The easier something is to use, more likely people are to use it. So that was another big thing. I also wanted something that would give the drivers the peace of mind to know their sons or daughters are okay while they are tubing. And that's what led me to create Toe Scout. Toe Scout is a cup holder mounted rear view mirror that makes safety simple, is cost effective, sitting at $90 to $100, and is super easy to use. As you can see from the breakdown up here, the universal cup holder design allows it to go from boat to boat with ease, and the ball joint on the cup holder allows you that 360-degree adjustment, so you get the view you need when on the water. The sturdy arm with a single thumb screw allows you to have that adjustability you need on the water super simply, and that sturdy arm connects to the mirror via another ball joint. So what were some problems people had on the water? Well, as the captain, you can't see behind you, and this is a really big problem and creates a lot of safety risks. Also, you can never be sure your spotter's watching. So that creates another big problem because you can't answer these 2 questions of did they fall off and are they safe, which are crucial. Also, people wanted a product that was sturdy and durable, that did not require you to drill any holes in your dash or have any crazy bracket, and something that was easily removable. With Toe Scout, all of these problems are solved. I would love to talk more about these people, but one I'd like to highlight here is Dylan Hugeboom from Action Power Sports. Dylan says, I love this product, and I believe water sport enthusiasts will back this idea until it's a reality. Now, Dylan works at Action Power Sports as the general pro shop manager, and has already said he would love to stock my product in their multiple facilities throughout the United States, which gives me a direct path to market. Talking about the market, how do I compare? Well, as you can see, there are a lot of brands out here, and a lot of them do include a mirror and a mount. But you lose half the market once we start talking about easy application. The way my product sits in the cup holder efficiently allows you to easily apply safety. Also, my product's ability to be inserted as well as removed when not needed, makes it so unique. Also, the ability to fully adjust the mirror however you need it to see on the water is crucial. Now, there's quite a big industry here, as the boating industry is valued at $44 billion. So I have a lot of room to work up to. But taking a step back here, I can go to lakes in the region, such as Bass Lake, Lake Schaefer, and Lake Michigan. But taking, again, another step back to my more serviceable, attainable market, I can go to family, friends, and neighbors to really get the product into their hands to make sure that the product is good before I take it to a wider scale. Also, what have I done since regionals? Well, a lot of it has been prototype revisions. I really wanted to make sure the prototype I have and the product that I want to take to market really does work and is the safest it can possibly be. I've done that with my partnership with Purdue Northwest CMEC Lab that has really allowed me to make sure the prototype is the best it can be, and they've helped me stay on track for a patent. Speaking of patents, I do hold a provisional patent from Hartman Global IP Law on the product Toe Scout, so I have my safety covered. Going forward, I do have some lofty plans, and by June of 2023, I want to have 5 finished prototypes, which you guys have in front of you, and I would really love for you to open those boxes at this time. Going forward, I'm continuing to test the product, go to trade shows, and really just get my name out there and make Toe Scout known to a lot of people to hopefully lead up to my optimistical launch in June of 2025. I would like to take this time to thank all of the people that have helped me get as far as I have, including Mott Hanley using his own Shark Tank experience to help me get to this next level, Dominica Hartman helping me write up my patents and keep me on track to keep going forward. Daniel Schultz and Dr. Peggy Bovington have been my Hobart helpers and have helped me make this dream into a real reality. Lori Felt from the ISBDC, she's helped me hugely get into many presentations and given me crucial information about my market that I needed to know. And Dylan Hoogboom, who we're working with directly to make sure the product I create is exactly what the market needs. I would love to thank you for your time, and remember, at Toe Scout, we got your back.
A quick question. How often is a cup holder, I mean, I can see the console right here, how often is a cup holder in the ideal position for this mirror to be effective?
So I've done a lot of testing with this, including going to Bass Pro and going to local docks. And when I did my testing, I came to the conclusion that 8 or 9 out of 10 boats do have the cup holder right here for this easy application.
Nice.
And so with it, to just kind of piggyback on that, and you know, very unique product, I really like it. Would there be other options, or have you thought about if there's not a cup holder in an ideal location, would there be a product that you would want to build upon to provide that as well?
Yeah, so going forward, I would love to. Right now, this is the biggest focus because it's worked for such a wide range of boats. There are not a lot of products that do work, so this one covering that 80 to 90% margin is really amazing, and I have not come up with an idea yet to continue going forward.
And then is there any sort of, like, for example, it's leaning just a little bit, is there a thought about securing that a little bit?
Yes, so in the box you have in front of you, it has all the different adjustable size cup holder mounts, so that is how it would fit perfectly in each individual cup holder.
Perfect.
So I saw that there was a cost there for the molds.
Yes.
What's like the current production capacity that you're looking at for, you know, go-to market? And I mean, of course, I'm sure with time things will get cheaper, but you know, when are you really looking to turn a profit?
Yes, so going forward, you guys actually have the more updated information in those boxes on the cover. But right now I'm going through injection molding, and I'm doing it through a company called Proto Labs. What they allow me to do is do short-run injection molding to get where I need to faster. So injection molding is really expensive, and if I go through a company like Proto Labs, it would allow me to get there quicker. So as you can see there, I can make around 550 units if I do win the money from today, and that going forward can keep increasing. Once I have the first launch and I sell those, I can then continue to make more molds and then get into a more permanent mold in the future.
And just a quick follow-up question to that. Is that company based in the U.S.?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, when you went through the total addressable market, just so I can wrap my head around what is really the direct market for this. So I understand boating, and you worked it down to large lakes, and then your kind of family and friends. But how many of them are actually doing action sports where I would really find this to be a good safety product?
So as much as this mirror helps a lot with action safety, it also just helps with busy lakes. So for example, if you're on a lake and it's the 4th of July, everybody's out there. And there's a lot of crazy teenagers on jet skis or people that aren't really paying attention. If you have a mirror like this, you can really make sure you're staying safe on the water even if you don't have a skier or tuber. But there is a really wide market for the boats. With over 300,000 being sold each year, the market continues to grow. And the boating accessory industry, which you might have been leaning into, is a $6 billion industry. So there's plenty of money there to be spent.
I'm cringing as I'm about to say this, but cup phone?
Yes, so this model is a proof of concept, and we have completely bypassed their patent, so it is not an issue.
Excellent. Can you tell us more about the patent? What does that protect?
Yes, so the patent protects the idea of a cup holder mounting mirror. So any design that I have going forward using a cup holder, an arm, and a mirror is protected under that patent.
You have relieved my cringing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My name's Leslie Babbage. I am the director here at SoftWorks. Got the opportunity to hear some pitches from a lot of students that had already developed capabilities, and what I really liked to see was that they were problem solvers and helping people solve problems that either they had experienced personally or that could really help the community.
I'm Lauren Prager. I'm Chief Strategy Officer with Synapse. It's been a pleasure to be with the STARTedUP Foundation today. The students are doing work that's truly transformative, and it's really exciting and really gratifying to see a new generation of entrepreneurs that are creating and doing the work that'll be so positive and have a tremendous impact for our society.
Anytime you get a group of young people this passionate about being the change that this world needs, it's amazing to be a part of that. To hear the pitches, to hear the ideas, to hear the innovation, to hear the products that are already in development at this age is inspiring, I think, for all the entrepreneurs and all the business people in the room.
Boom! Who doesn't love free travel, right? My name is Izzy. I competed in Innovate WithIN my junior and senior year of high school, subsequently becoming one of America's youngest venture-backed CEOs. I now serve as VP of Alumni Advancement for the STARTedUP Foundation, and now I get to sit on the other end of the table as an investor for Flywheel Fund. As I reflect as my time with Innovate WithIN as a participant, the thing that stands out most is obviously the immersion trips. I went to Phoenix, I went to Tampa, I went to Italy. I bet you could guess which one was my favorite, but they were all amazing. But not only were these trips amazing, I built lifelong friends. Many of them are here that I will maintain my friendships with them forever. Not only the time that I spent, the great food, the cars that we got to see in Italy, everything was great, but one thing in particular really stands out to me, and I think I want to shed some light on that. I think something really, really powerful happens when you get the opportunity to speak to somebody in a very intimate setting that has achieved the dreams that you want to achieve someday, because it allows you to realize the difference between this person who achieved what I want to achieve and me is really not that big. We're the same. And it really gives you the confidence to take action on your dreams, take that next step, and seize those opportunities in front of you. And I think that's what these immersion trips really boil down to for me. I am super excited for everybody next week going to DC. All of these participants are going to go to Washington, DC, talk to government officials, talk to business leaders, talk to founders and funders, and all of these people that have achieved so many amazing things. And for all of you here that are going to do that next week, if I can just give you one challenge, just soak it all up. Go and talk to those people and be bold in your questions with them. Next up is Carmel High School's very own Cancer Catch.
A new report from the American Cancer Society anticipates 153,000 new cases this year, and about 52,000 deaths. 60% of new cases are advanced stage disease.
Raising the alarm about prostate cancer. More men being diagnosed with advanced cases.
The rising colon cancer rates and deaths in young adults.
An alarming trend when it comes to lung cancer. Doctors say more people are getting diagnosed with the disease.
Rates are increasing among younger people.
Officials at Sparrow say they are seeing an increase in breast cancer cases.
Right now, many of you can think of a loved one you've lost to cancer, a parent, a spouse, a friend, but many of these deaths could have been prevented if the cancer was caught early.
Our time and cost-effective method would allow for early detection and therefore a higher success rate of treatment.
Cancer Catch, which uses similar technology to a pregnancy test but for rapid cell division, is easy to use, affordable for all, and takes minutes to get results. A positive test result would indicate the need for a doctor's visit.
Catch your cancer early and invest in Cancer Catch today. Hello everyone, my name is Jacqueline.
And I'm Suhani. And how we really became interested in the topic of cancer. So we just graduated from Carmel High School where we completed 4 years of the PLTW Biomedical Sciences program. And one of the main topics in that 4th year is the importance of early detection and prevention.
So our innovation is Cancer Catch. It's an easier way to detect cancer early. So meet Heather, a mom of 2. Heather, due to time and cost restraints, was unable to receive her yearly mammograms and was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. Despite radiation and chemotherapy treatment, Heather died at the age of 52. Heather is not alone. Many of you can probably think of individuals that you know who have been in similar situations. And over 1.9 million individuals in the US are diagnosed with cancer each year. And 32% of those individuals die due to cancer-related issues. And this is largely due to late detection. As you can see in this graph, the thicker the lines, the more individuals diagnosed during that stage. During stage 4 is the thickest lines and the most individuals diagnosed. This results in high death rates. And specifically in breast cancer, if the cancer is detected early, there's a 99% survival rate, whereas if the cancer is detected late, it's close to a 22% survival rate.
So current options include going to the doctor's office, but this can be really cannot be a time-effective option with many people living in healthcare deserts, rural areas, really far from the doctor's office. Additionally, it's not cost-effective at all to get multiple screening tests. There are some at-home options available, which can be seen here. However, as you can see, none of these options are affordable, with many of these tests ranging from $70 to $100. The sample collection method can be really inconvenient, from stool samples to blood samples. And lastly, they're not time-effective, with the results taking up more than a week to get our results back. That is what the gap we aim to fill with Cancer Catch. Our at-home test is done at home, making it easy to use for the user. Results are done instantly within minutes, making it fast. And lastly, the most important, it's affordable, so everyone can screen early.
So who is our target audience? Any high-risk individuals this test would be aimed at. So if you know you have a family history of cancer, you're at a higher risk of developing cancer yourself. For instance, in this graph with breast cancer, if you know you have a family history, you have up to an 80% chance of more likely of getting breast cancer yourself. And so this test we would hopefully make available to all these high-risk individuals. But on top of that, we'd hope to make it available to anyone wanting to be proactive in preventing their cancer and detecting it early. And so ideally we make these tests available in any local drugstore, pharmacy, or grocery store so that individuals could be proactive and detect their cancer earlier. So how does our innovation work? When cells divide, they release a protein called exosomes. And cancer cells are dividing very rapidly, which makes these exosomes detectable in the bloodstream. And these exosomes enter the bloodstream and travel to the kidneys. In the kidneys, the blood is filtered and the exosomes enter the urine and are expelled through the body. This urine is then placed on our Cancer Catch test, and if there are exosomes present, they travel down the test and cause 2 pink lines to appear. This shows a positive test result and demonstrates that there's rapidly dividing cells in the body.
So a little bit more on the science. So as you can see here, the exosomes are shown by the orange circles, and the antibodies would be pre-placed on our test in the production stages. So when the exosomes, if they are present, they would bind to the antibodies in our test, and that binding would initiate a color change, very similar to how it works in a pregnancy test or a COVID test. This is, however, just a screening test. So you would still have to go to the doctor to confirm that if the rapid cell division that is being detected by the test, whether this is a malignant or benign tumor, and if it is malignant, what stage of cancer, and where it's at in the body. So we spoke to Dr. Meghna Raghavendra, who is an oncologist at Franciscan Health, and she told us that her primary goal as an oncologist is to screen early in order to diagnose early and treat early. And that is the main way to beat cancer. And she said that our test does just that by being user-friendly for the patients, convenient to use for everyone, and feasible from a scientific perspective. So a little bit more on the startup costs. So through biotech facility rental, R&D, FDA licensing, marketing, and the equipment we would need, our startup costs would total to roughly $500,000. Additionally, we would need these per unit costs that would be for all the materials that are shown here. And these per unit costs would total to roughly 22 cents per test when produced in mass production.
So what does our market look like? The current cancer diagnostic market revenue is close to $208 billion, with the at-home cancer test market revenue close to $1 billion. So our total addressable market is close to $1 billion currently. However, we're not expecting to fill the market, but at the same time, we are expecting the market to expand with the addition of our test, because it is unique and easy for consumers to get. And also in this market, the CAGR is about 4 to 5%.
So from this market, we have a confirmed size of 1.3 million users of our traction. And this number comes from the amount of individuals using a colorectal cancer test. So this test is most similar to our test, with it being at home and rapid results. However, it detects just colorectal cancer and through a stool sample. Our test detects all types of cancer and through an easy method with a urine sample. So we expect our numbers to be much larger than this. However, based on these numbers, we would estimate our profit to be roughly $6.5 million with the confirmed target market size that I mentioned earlier, making our break-even point at 108,000 units and 55,000 units.
So our next steps. We would seek to earn additional funding, which would allow us to make a prototype and aid in our research and development so that we can gain a patent and get FDA approval in order to begin marketing and start production to create Cancer Catch in order to help individuals like Heather detect their cancer early and have a higher success rate in curing their cancer. Thank you.
So sensitivity versus specificity in a binding agent. Is it like one of those enzymes tips the trigger, or is it like 300 parts per billion, 350 parts per billion, and does every different kind of cancer have the same threshold of whatever that target binding agent is?
Yeah, so basically it's looking at the rapidly dividing cells. So depending on how fast the cancer is dividing, that will determine how many exosomes are produced and determine how the concentration needed for the test to be positive. However, we need to go specifically into research and development to see how low we can make that number when we could produce the test, and we have not been able to do that yet. However, we know that the exosomes successfully prove that there's cancer in the body based on research from MIT that we found, and also the Terasaki Institute in California, that show that the exosomes are direct correlation to rapidly dividing cells in the body, which most of the time show cancer.
Awesome, thank you.
So are there any other products on the market that use the same similar testing method?
No, so our product is the first of its kind. So basically the technology behind our product, the science of it, has been researched. As we mentioned, MIT does research on the protein itself, on exosomes. But what they found is just, yes, exosomes indicate cancer. They have not taken that research and put it into a test for people on the market to use. So that's kind of what we aim to do to make it so that we can actually put that test out so people can use that science that has been published in research and use it to actually improve their own health and save lives.
And currently the test market is the only at-home test. You have to take a sample and send it off to a lab for the majority of them. So it'd be like a saliva sample or a blood sample, and it takes weeks to get results. And it is more invasive. The only test that's an at-home instant result is a colorectal cancer test, but it uses a stool sample. And that's more invasive than a urine sample. And it only looks at colorectal cancer, whereas this test would look at all types of cancer and detecting it, and so hopefully have a much wider benefit.
Can you talk a little bit about, this product kind of reminded me of like a Cologuard or something like that for colon cancer. Most people aren't thinking about this until they need to think about this. So can you talk a little bit about your go-to-market,
Yes.
marketing and sales, things like that?
So a lot of people Typically, you know a loved one, a family member, someone that's been affected by cancer. But a lot of people don't realize that, if you have a family member that has been affected by cancer, you yourself should be looking out for yourself, because the only way to do that is essentially go to the doctor and get these tests done, which are really expensive and take a lot of time. So people only go to the doctor once they find a problem within themselves, whether it be a symptom of some sort or a lump. But by that point, it's too late for early detection, and it's really difficult to have a successful treatment. So that's why our test is designed for anyone, but more specifically people that have had someone in their family who has had cancer. That way they can start screening at the right time. So for example, colonoscopies are recommended, age 40, 45 onwards, but it can be really difficult to get colonoscopy for a lot of people, right? You can't eat for a lot of time before that. The procedure itself is very, very uncomfortable, but so many people skip them. And then they get colon cancer, and there was no way of detecting it earlier because they skipped the colonoscopy. So instead, this test could be used in addition to that to make sure they're screening early. Or for example, someone with a history of breast cancer, that can come very early. People in their 30s often get breast cancer. So screening early, if you know that this runs in the family, or someone I know in my family had this, then you can just be on the lookout, screening every 6 months. Because if people had that as an option, many would screen every 6 months. It's just going to the doctor and getting these expensive tests every 6 months or every year is not feasible for the majority of our population.
And making it marketable in drugstores and pharmacies would allow for more individuals to have access and know about it, and hopefully it'd be in local ones, so people across the country would have access to it.
I'm just thinking out loud, there's probably a very interesting angle to look at insurance and reimbursements for,
Yes.
It's very cheap to, work with someone that's very proactive about their health, and in the long run, I think that's better for insurance companies too. But I have a question here, and this is a little bit more on the tail end of your customer journey. So for example, let's say somebody takes the test and it comes out that there's a positive, right? What's it going to be like for them as they now are basically in a totally new world, basically saying, okay.
So one of the main things we want to focus on is not telling them like, oh, if you have a positive result, you have cancer. We don't want to scare everyone and kind of send them into emotional distress. Essentially what we're doing is, if you have a positive result, you need to be hyper aware that there could be rapidly dividing cells in your body. So what that could be, schedule an appointment, talk to your physician that, hey, I think I might be on the verge, or I'm a rapid tumor that's about to start dividing. That's how we kind of want to market it to our population, so that we don't scare them. That way they can just go to the doctor and get the normal screening test done. That's like, oh, yes, we did detect a very, very small mass. This can be easily removed. You're fine. Because it would be detecting it early, in which case the cancer is very, very easy to successfully treat.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Sarah Ackerman, and I am the Business and Innovations teacher at Speedway High School. And I have been a part of the Innovate WithIN Foundation for the last 4 years, and I cannot tell you what an impact it has had on my classroom. But more than that, even to get opportunities like this. I was granted the opportunity to go to Italy last year and to see how the Italian companies work with their customers and their entrepreneurial mindset and everything else. And for me to be able to bring that back to my classroom has been completely impactful. I completely changed the way I taught after going on this trip. So because of that trip, I'm now working with Dallara in Indiana and Dallara in Italy so that we can kind of combine our students together to do racing events, because Speedway obviously is the motor capital of the United States. So just to have them give that opportunity to where my students are learning cross-cultural experiences, and getting them to understand the entrepreneurial mindset, not only in the United States, but in other countries, is beyond the experience that I could ever give them in the classroom. So I am very excited to be returning again this year to further my relationships with Dallara, and excited for the new teachers and alumni that are going to be joining us. So next, we will introduce Novos from Munster High School. Good luck.
We view things through a narrow lens. Let's expand our perspective and experience the beauty around us. The food, the art, the scenery, the stories. My name is Saeed Mohammed.
My name is Joshua Aguila. For me, being Mexican and part African American, I thought it was super important for me to connect to my own cultural roots and find everything about those cultures.
I moved out here when I was about 7 years old from India, and the hardest thing for me was to really accept my culture. And I figured out this is a problem for everyone else.
The goal of Novos is to bring people together through sense.
The plan for Novos, now and forever, is to embrace individuality. Sense bridge that gap between a person and their culture, and Novos is simply that platform.
Hello everyone. Let me start this off with a quick story about a kid that came from India at the age of 7. And when he got here, he realized that he couldn't fit in. And when he started coming home, his mom saw that he was sad every single day. So one day she cooked him his favorite dish, which was butter chicken. When she made him this dish, he started smelling the aromas in the air, and he started thinking about the first time his grandma made it for him in India. Now, why is this Indian kid telling you about butter chicken and his favorite food? It's not about the butter chicken or the fact that I'm Indian. It's about the power of sense. The fact that I could smell something and be transported to a different location and relive a specific memory is so powerful. But the problem is that I can't experience this on a daily basis.
But what if there was a way to go back home or to go to a brand new place? And that's what I'm so proud to bring here today. Hi, my name is Joshua Avila.
My name is Saeed Mohammed.
And I'm Austin Beatson.
And we are
Novos,
Novos,
the passport for sense. Sorry. Let's talk about the main problem. The biggest problem is the non-representation of culture in the scent market. The other problem is the harmful chemicals within these products, specifically phthalate, which is actually in most air fresheners. It can cause allergic reactions, and it's terrible for people that have asthma. Lastly, we have the lack of versatility within the products. The product can either go on an outlet or a vent, and it stays there the entire time.
Now, scents that tell stories, that talk about culture, something that we're working on as of right now is our Mexico City scent. That represents the food, the people, and the places of Mexico City. Now, we're doing this through 100% natural essential oil, making sure that it's actually safe to actually breathe in. And lastly, the Novo Square. This can go onto a vent or to any flat surface.
Now, for the scent creation process, the first step is to find a location. The next step is to research its culture or heritage, which includes geography, climate, and local customs. Lastly, we're going to select high-quality fragrance ingredients to create the perfect scent.
Now, the box is already there, In the painting, it was made by an actual local artist who put his heart and soul and everything in, like, to this painting. And we're actually going to raffle this off and actually give it to charity. Now, below that is the Novo Square. Who's better to talk about that than the person who created himself, Austin Beaton.
Thank you, Josh. So the Novo Square, it's something that I personally spent 7 different revisions working on to get to the point where I'm happy to share with you today. So let me talk you through the square. It's going to be including compressed paper, which actually holds our scent, and then it has 4 neodymium magnets. Those 4 neodymium magnets attached to any magnetic surface, such as your household vent. In addition, that we have a stand. The stand goes on any flat surface, such as your nightstand or even your kitchen counter. I designed the stand to be sleek and elegant and be a staple in any household. And going through the cost breakdown, the per unit price of the Novo Square is $2.17. This includes all the physical materials that go into the box, including the injection molding. We've already started getting quotes from manufacturers over states and in seas, and the per unit price, which we're going to be selling it for, is $14.99.
Now let's talk about the Novos UVP. We have many factors for the reason that we're better than our competitors. We have better prices, we have cultural sense, and we're 100% natural, and we're the only company that actually uses compressed paper. We have all of these aspects, and our competitors simply do not. Now, the first sales that we made are candle sales. We had a Ramadan collection and a Mexico City collection. We made $2,000 in revenue, we got to test out our scents, and we got to find that perfect audience for us.
Now, for Novo sales, we total over $400 in total actual revenue, and we sold over 40 units of it. And we have a 200 unit of somebody actually wanting to actually buy it. Now traction, we have over 1,000 plus followers, 20,000 plus views, and followed by a big name influencer, DJ Khaled.
Now, for our client feedback, first we have our very own Munster High School, who put 20 of our products into 20 different classrooms. Then we have our biggest breakthrough, Erica Espinoza, who is the owner of Colores Mexico, which is a store in downtown Chicago. If you go to the store, you'll see the Novo Square over there.
Now, less about that real quickly, more about us. Again, my name is Joshua Avila. I'm the CCO of Novos. And for me being Mexican and part African American, it was super important for me finding my own cultural roots to the power of sense.
And my name is Saeed Mohammed, and I'm the CEO of Novos. And I've been battling through that whole thing of not fitting in with my culture, so I feel like I'm the perfect person to find that solution.
And my name is Austin Beaton. I'm the COO of Novos, and I truly have a passion for design. The process from an idea in your head to a full-fledged product is really where I found my family here at Novos.
Now let's talk about our direct view. We don't do this by ourselves. We have many people that have helped us through our networks. We have people for manufacturing, for producing, and we have people for financials. Now, one person I want to give a special shout out to is Mrs. LaFleche, who actually helped us build this brand up.
Now, let's just talk money real quick. We have two different parts, a actual B2C and an actual B2B part. Now, for B2C, we start off at $35,000, going all the way up to actual year 5 at $980,000, continuing our gross margin at 80% from year 1 to year 5. Now, for B2B, which is our stores, our year 1 is $70,000, and our year 5, going all the way over there, is $854,000.
Now let's talk about our break-even point. We already have a commitment for 200 units. So once we start selling, we're already going to be breaking even and making profit really fast. Now for our investability, with $25,000 we were spending on these categories, I would love to go over this with you guys in Q&A because of the time crunch.
Now, right now, we're working on selling it and currently getting an actual patent for it.
And year 2 is going to be bigger and better. We're going to have a Novos version 2, and we're going to be upgrading our subscription plan.
And now for year 3, we're marketing the actual version 2, a patent for it, and expanding even to more stores.
And year 4 is a big year. We want to get commercial contracts with big name companies like Disney and other companies, and we want to expand our product into as many stores as we can.
And finally, year 5 is making Novos all around the actual world and making it the true passport for scents. Thank you.
We are Novos.
Must go first. I love smells.
Thank you.
Tell me, is this single use then, or do you swap out the compressed paper, or what does that look like?
So how it works is the actual paper that you're looking at, it lasts you a month. So after you do that, we have a subscription plan built in. So every single month you'll get a new scent or the same scent if you want it to come in recurringly.
Okay, and without revealing your secrets of the scent, will you tell customers what they're smelling?
Of course, yeah. If you look at our box and you open it, it actually tells you the story of each scent. Because our product is more of an experience than an actual product. We want you to know what you're smelling. We want you to understand the story behind it.
Other than the scent, there's a lot of things that you might be missing about, you know, your home country or your culture.
Yeah.
So just trying to think this through, it might be like a one-time, like, it's great, it smells like Mexico City or something like that, but long-term, is this something that you think people will continue to come back for?
Yeah, so the thing is, Novos is not just about going to your home country. We're the passport for scent. So what we're gonna have different locations. So it's not gonna just be Mexico City. This is just our first product line. So we're actually gonna have a literal passport in our packaging. So every time you buy a new product, you can put a little stamp on it and say, oh, I went to Mexico through Scents. I went to India through Scents. So it's a whole experience.
You kind of highlighted two specific uses. One is, you know, sticking it on an air vent versus one setting it on a table next to you. Those probably would perform very differently for a scent. Can you kind of talk us through, you know, if it's just sitting on a table, what, you know, the range? I mean, can it fill up a room if you sit it there for a long time, or is this something a little bit more personal?
Right. So of course the effective use area is different depending on where you place the product. For us, we've seen testing where it's not an vent, but sort of the average between vent and just standalone use, it's a good average around 30 days. We didn't do standalone testing between vent, standalone testing between a table, but what we are going to advise to customers is if you are seeing decreased use or decreased intensity, say, of the scent, put it on your vent. If you want it to last longer, say put it on your nightstand or such uses like that.
Yo, just to add to that, we're trying to give the customer the control, because once you put it on the vent for about 15 minutes, your room's gonna smell like that scent. So just take it off and put it on the desk for a little bit.
I like that. Thank you.
Is there a subscription model for this?
Yes.
So,
Yeah, we're actually still working on the subscription model, but what we're looking at is the whole passport for scents. We're trying to push it like that. For the pricing and stuff like that, we haven't got that down 100% yet, but we do know that we're gonna have either you can buy 2 cents a month, or you can buy the family plan, like some type of three packaging levels that we want to have, because we have 3 different sizes even on the desk. That's the biggest size, and then we have 2 medium sizes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get, there's a small, medium, and then
Yeah, it goes bigger to smaller.
Yo.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Man, what a great selection of presentations so far. Say it's easy to forget that we're not sitting at the Elevate Nexus State Competition or the G-Beta Innovation Showcase. We're here at Innovate WithIN, and you have to pinch yourself to remember that these are just students at our local high schools from across the state. Just absolutely incredible afternoon so far. So hello, my name is Jason Williams. I'm the Managing Director for the Society of Innovators at Purdue University Northwest. We're a premier metropolitan university located in Northwest Indiana, dedicated to empowering transformational change in our students and our communities. And then specifically, the Society of Innovators is a nonprofit housed at the university dedicated to driving economic and community change through innovation and entrepreneurship. So obviously it's a no-brainer why we want to partner with incredible organizations like Innovate WithIN. Hopefully you've been paying attention that Northwest Indiana has had its footprint pretty much throughout this entire event and morning and afternoon. And really we like to think of partnering with organizations like Innovate WithIN as our opportunity to just simply pour more fuel on the fires that are already burning in Northwest Indiana and spreading that fire across the state. But I do want to make a comment just really personally of now being able to support Innovate WithIN for the last couple of years, and I've actually had the opportunity to be working with Don from the beginning with his years at Noblesville High School. And every year we get the opportunity to talk to the students participating, not just the finalists. I think it can't be said enough that this literally is thousands of students across our state participating in Innovate WithIN every year. And when you talk to them, right, yes, it's about starting a business, yes, it's about this competition, but we know that not all those students are going to continue running a business later, and that's fine. But what they are taking with them are skills to last a lifetime. It can't be said enough. Every time we talk to kids, it's, hey, I learned how to be a communicator. I learned how to work as a team. I learned how to talk to adults. And these are the skills that we know are going to pay dividends really forever. And another string that really runs through the conversations we have with these students and their teachers, quite frankly, is we every year hear from teachers that may say something like, well, I had a student that had no idea about business and they thought they were going to go on and study X, and they decided to add an entrepreneurship minor or completely shift their focus to say, I'm going to study business. We've had teachers say, I have students that probably college wasn't even in their path, right? They're a first generation. They didn't even consider college. The introduction they've been able to have at the regional level to universities, to business, they're now interested in college and winning scholarships through this competition. And so it's not an understatement to say that Innovate WithIN is literally changing lives and changing the trajectory of the lives of these students. We have no idea across thousands of stories what impact that is going to make for years to come, but it's just an incredible opportunity for us to continue pouring into Innovate WithIN. And so last but not least, I want to welcome our final presentation today. I want to bring up Dr. Orthopedic from Signature School in Evansville, Indiana.
2 years ago, I cut my big toe on a piece of ceramic tile. The wound quickly turned into a stage 3 skin ulcer. The doctors put me into a cast and explained to me that it was very important that I keep the cast dry while showering. They recommended that I would use multiple layers of trash bags and tape. It took a long time to do that, and as much as I tried to be careful, there was 2 different times that the cast did get wet and I had to go in and have the cast replaced.
After seeing my dad struggle with his cast, Jennifer and I realized that this is a problem that anyone can face, whether it's babies, children, adults, and even the elderly. To get the ball rolling, we met up with the local orthopedic office to discuss our prototype. We gained so much support that they even offered to test our product on their patients and eventually sell our product as well.
Our product, the Cast Pal, is a waterproof cast cover that features an adjustable rim lined with microfiber cloth to tuck in to the cast on the inside layer.
As many as you can get if you feel comfortable. If you don't, that's fine. Okay. Hi. Nice to meet you. Thank you for your time. Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Okay, if you guys want to volunteer your phones for our demonstration. No. Okay. Thank you.
My whole life is in that bag.
I got you.
Okay.
Just put it inside.
Oh my God, you're not going to pour water.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Vasquez.
And my name is Claire Deerdorf.
And we are the co-founders of Dr. Orthopedic. You break a bone, so you get a cast. The first thing your doctor tells you is to not get your cast wet. However, this essentially makes the everyday task of showering difficult. If water gets into your cast, it has no route to escape or evaporate due to the multiple layers. This means that the water can sit on the inside of your cast, which can lead to skin maceration, which is breaking down of the skin, or in the worst case scenario, surgery. This ultimately prolongs the recovery process of an injury and is a problem that should be solved as a whole. So you're telling me that you're going to get surgery all because you took a shower?
Our company, Dr. Orthopedic, provides a solution to keeping cast dry while taking a shower. Our product is a slip-on cast protector that is adjustable at the rim, and it also has microfiber cloth on the inside used to tuck into the rim of your cast to catch if any water droplets get in past the adjustable rim. So,
to raise the stakes, we have placed multiple of the judges' phones in our cast protector. As you can see, the water rolls right off. And the phones are completely dry. No water got through this.
Many parents deal with the struggle. Many parents have to deal with the struggle of having to keep their child's cast dry while showering. So our first product launch will be named the Cast Pal. The Cast Pal is our waterproof cast protector, but made for kids. It will feature customizable colors and designs in order to engage young youth. Now, shower time will be easier for moms and dads.
In the future, our marketing will expand to larger sizes for older age groups, however, under a different product name in order to effectively reach those older audiences.
Generic plastic bags and Dry Pro are our largest competitors in the market. Generic plastic bags are most commonly used. However, as you saw in the video, it is very time-consuming and it is very difficult to wrap multiple layers of plastic all by yourself.
Dry Pro is a company that uses vacuum seal technology. However, it is very difficult to use by yourself and is generally not recommended by cast specialists. The Cast Pal is different because it's reliable, both in its design and because of our extensive knowledge about casts. It is comfortable, giving you the ability to use it every single day whenever you take a shower. It is affordable for its quality, and it is customizable, so it engages with our customers. In early March, we met with a team of doctors and nurses at Orthopedic Associates to discuss our prototype and gain feedback. We learned extensively about the cast process, and we will have our Cast Pal products tested on their patients to gain feedback before we launch. Jennifer and I also conducted a small market research survey in our area. We also surveyed the Hispanic community of Evansville. We ultimately learned that our cast products are greatly desired by those who have had casts and parents of children who have casts. We would love to talk more about this survey in the questions.
Here today we have our 5th prototype for the leg. We have been designing prototypes for the past year. We also have a prototype for the arm and will continue creating these prototypes for future products. Lastly, we have partnered up with the SBDC advisors to start our patent research process.
Here we can see the cost it took to make our prototype. It costed us around $9 to make this prototype right here. Now, if we were to make 1,000 cast protectors, it would roughly cost us $10 per unit. Now, incorporating 30% cost of labor and estimated indirect costs, we estimate that our Cast Pal will take $22.05 to make. We plan on selling our Cast Pal at $44.99, which would give us an estimated profit margin of 50.99%.
Our product, the Cast Pal, is crucial to the pediatric population. According to Nationwide's children, 50% of children fracture a bone each year due to the involvement of sports and lower bone density. And there are approximately 29.4 million pediatric patients just alone in our country.
With our finalized prototype for the boot, we will get a provisional patent in order to give us more time during our testing phase. During our testing phase, we will be able to make any minor changes that our feedback has given us, and then we will be able to finalize the patent.
We plan to be heavy on the social media promotion in order to get pre-orders on our website that is officially available to the public. Lastly, we plan to partner up with different orthopedic offices and medical centers in order to have different channels and sales. And we also plan to seek a private investor for our company.
For the prize money, we plan to spend majority of it for legal fees. This is our patents, our trademarks, our lawyer fees as well. And we strongly believe that this is what's crucial in our next steps to our company in order to protect ourselves and our products. The remaining money will be used for manufacturing expenses and marketing. So, protect your cast
and get a Cast Pal. My name is Jennifer Vasquez.
My name is Claire Dierdorf.
Thank you for your time.
So can you expand on the survey results and then share any sort of challenges that you see immediately with bringing this to market? What do you see as maybe your greatest challenge outside of funding?
So we have two survey questions that we have on our site today, and this was, do you like this design? So as you can see at the bottom, we have 109 responses that we got in 3 days, thanks to everybody who put it out on LinkedIn, on Facebook, and we have the majority of people saying yes. It's a really small percentage of people who said no. And we also incorporated our surveys in Spanish as well. So
So we kind of noticed that there's a language barrier, and especially in my household, I experienced this. When I gave my mom the survey, she didn't understand anything, so we kind of wanted to break this trend since Evansville has a large Latino population. So we thought that if we had a survey in Spanish, we can get more results and more opinions from literally everyone. So we wanted to make it a little bit more diverse.
So relating to our our kind of problem with just like what's going to be in the future is we're still tinkering with the rim of the cast just to make it more effective. But that's kind of been holding us down for a few months. But other than that, we are ready to get our patent going. We are ready to begin sales.
Can I ask about how you plan to bring this to market? Would this be something that you would want to sell like at a drugstore, or would this be something that you want the doctor's office to prescribe or give to their patients?
Okay, so when we met up with orthopedic associates, they actually offered us a spot to sell our product in their medical little store that they have. But our product is a medical accessory, so that means that we don't need an FDA approval for it, or the offices don't even need one as well. And we also plan on marketing on our website. And we're going to pitch at different medical centers in order to get our product in their stores as well.
I'm sure you guys want your phones back now.
No.
They're okay.
Just a little bit.
I really liked the customization piece that you mentioned, especially like targeting youth that have casts. Can you speak a little bit more to that and maybe any kind of feedback you received from some of your community conversations about that particular option?
Of course. So whenever we met up with orthopedic associates, they kind of like walked us through the whole entire cast process. And we learned that the whole reason why casts have colors to them is because it makes it less scary for the kids, and they're able to engage in that kind of like scary experience, but also have a fun cast. So our idea for the cast palette is to have different colors or designs, kind of that same setup, except I don't know, we were thinking about a Spider-Man cast cover. That seems pretty cool.
Yeah, and we're also working on we're going to get patents on the colors and designs, so no one can steal our idea for that as well.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Cell phones. All right. Good news. For some of you who've already started eating, we are ready now for the break. The food is being served. Also, Blue, the dog, is out there waiting to take pictures. Although because there is being food served, drooling is an issue. So make sure you keep that safe distance. Also, Governor Holcomb is out there. And what has really warmed our hearts is Governor Holcomb's been out there meeting the students and talking with them. But because he is on a tight schedule, we're going to break for lunch, and we need to be back here at 2:05. So if you guys want to go ahead and get something to eat, and then we'll go ahead and come back here at 2:05 and have the announcements of winners. Thank you.
going to leave this on so they could just walk up and they don't have to think about it.
That okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna hide, make sure Jim doesn't see that. Or we just gotta put it, oh, pen?
That's a hot mic.
Got it.
think you already have it.
You're just going to read this directly, and you're going to ignore all of that. This is live, by the way.
Okay. All right. The judges have made their decision, and we're excited to proceed. I'd like to welcome Butler's President Danko onto the stage. James Danko has served as president of Butler University since 2011. Under his leadership, Butler's enrollment and national reputation have grown dramatically. U.S. News & World Report has ranked Butler as the #1 regional university in the Midwest for 5 consecutive years and the #1 most innovative university for 8. Maybe it's one of the reasons why we're here, most innovative. I love it. He has transformed the campus through the construction of 2 new residence halls, new academic spaces for the Lacey School of Business and the Sciences, and the renovation of the historic campus facilities, including Clues Hall and the historic, iconic Hinkle Fieldhouse. He has been recognized by the Indianapolis Business Journal as one of India's top 250 influencers for the past 2 years and brings a much-needed spirit of entrepreneurship and innovation to higher education in our state. It is my pleasure to present President James Danko.
Well, good afternoon and welcome, everyone. It's great to have the energy on campus, and congratulations, good luck, all of that to our students that have been here. You were staying in our student dorms last night, and I live across the street. There was a little bit of noise, but, you know, for the most part, well behaved. The good news is I wasn't born a university president. I've been at Butler, you just heard a little bit of my background, but actually at age 19, my hometown of Cleveland, Ohio, I started my own business. And ran a company that was in the medical equipment, and I was a bit of a pioneer in the fitness industry back in the 1970s and 80s. And so for 17 years, I was an entrepreneur. So an event like this is very near and dear to the heart. Makes me reflect back on those people, mentors, whether it's teachers from high school. Even though I suspended my college education for a while, I went back as my business continued to grow, and ultimately I got an MBA from the University of Michigan. So the spirit of entrepreneurship and innovation has always been very important to me, and I attribute a lot of that to kind of being interested in that at an early age and pursuing that passion. So I really give you a lot of credit for the work you're doing. Your teachers and those that have been your mentors, our thanks for instilling that energy and mentoring and providing support for it. As I got into the academic world in the 90s, I've been at some great universities. I taught entrepreneurship at Michigan and at Babson. But what I really enjoy are those universities where there's an entrepreneurial mindset, a good sense of innovation. I'm pleased here at Butler for 5 years straight. U.S. News has ranked us as #1 amongst universities for innovation, so it's a great place to be. Our Lacey School of Business does some things very similar to what's happening today with entrepreneurships and startups, and there's a lot going on at our Lacey School that supports small businesses and entrepreneurship. So I hope you think about Butler as you move forward. I know we've even got a lot of times I know this attracts seniors in high schools, but there's those of you that are sophomores and juniors as well. So we encourage you to keep up that spirit and think about Butler University as you move forward. My kudos to the STARTedUP Foundation for the great work that they're doing with this program. It really is an important thing for our state, and we're really proud to be their partners in this. Thanks also to the parents that are here and have supported this event and our corporate partners. My big job, though, wasn't to ramble on about myself here, but more importantly to introduce the governor of the state. And I am so pleased that Governor Eric Holcomb is a very good neighbor, a very good friend. He has constantly checked in on Butler to see how we're doing here, and we see him on campus quite a bit since they're not too far from campus. And he really is, anytime I talk to him, that sense, he's an innovator. Even though he's a governor and kind of been on the political side, he really at heart is an innovator himself. He's pursued the job that he has with an entrepreneurial mindset, which has been great for the state of Indiana. We are so proud of the work he's doing. He understands the importance that entrepreneurship brings to the economic engines of this state, and he is just constantly supportive of that. So with that, I'm going to turn you over to the capable hands of our Governor, Eric Holcomb.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is good to be with you all. I got a stack full of business cards here, and I was going to go through them and say, you're hired, you're hired, you're hired, but you want money. You don't want to be hired right now. Got back to the point of President Danko's comments in that introduction, just got back Tuesday night. My wife and I were on a transatlantic trade mission, seeking more partnerships with fellow innovators in Portugal and in France specifically. And it's such an exciting time because there are so many different transitions that are occurring in industry, whether it be in defense or mobility or energy or construction materials, kind of fill in the blank, and the world is changing at a scale and a pace unlike we've ever seen before. But what is at least comforting to me is Indiana, to the president's his point, Indiana's leaning in, and we are becoming a leader, part of the mix of these changing industries. And so we're not a laggard, or we're not being left behind. We're leading, and we're defining what the future actually is going to not just look like today, but most importantly, maybe 50 years from now, whether it has to do with cement or steel or nuclear or microelectronics, hypersonics, the way we conduct business. And what's so gratifying is, and so gives me such confidence, is coming to this competition every single year. Every year I think, that had to have been the best. And then the next year it's equally so, and the next year it's equally so. And so we're forever indebted, and we're going to continue to go out there and scout and look for new discoveries, new frontiers, and to be part of that. I take to heart one of the great philosophers who said, this is Indiana Jones, by the way, the philosopher. He said to be a good architect, you got to get out of the library. And he didn't say, don't go in the library. You got to do your homework. And you got to spend as much time, maybe 80% of your time, doing the research. But then you got to get out there and apply it and learn it. And what I see in all the competitors, the students, is they are learning these life lessons at such an early age. It's so advantage you because you're learning about teamwork, because you're learning about how to scale, because you're learning about how to fail and take it as just a chapter in learning. And failing fast and frequently, so be it. Okay, what mistakes are we not going to make the next time, and how are we going to improve the product? How are we going to be tethered to the customer and that experience, whether it's making something cleaner or safer or faster or lighter, fill in the blank, whatever it is, bettering someone's quality of life, providing more fun or more convenience. These are those industry gaps that all the students have honed in on and trained their sights on, and aren't afraid, in fact, probably exhilarated by the competition of it all. And so for me to know that the world is spinning fast, it's getting smaller, the scale and the pace of change is unprecedented, and then here in Indiana we've got this program and the students that step up year after year after year, whether it takes 4 years or 4 months or 4 weeks to design a product and take it to the market. That gives me a lot of confidence in the future of the state of Indiana. And so part of my job is to always make sure students are going to Butler or going to IU or going to Purdue or going to Trine or going to Ivy Tech or going to fill in the blank here, because we need you. And if you're adventurous, after I got out of college, I joined the Navy, and I went off and ultimately lived in Lisbon, Portugal. So if you're adventurous and it takes you outside of Indiana, just know that we're leaving the light on. The welcome mat is always going to be out, and we're always going to welcome you back here, because truly the world, I'm reminded about this, is run by those who show up. And you cannot make old friends. You cannot just you don't buy trust off a shelf. You get it through working with one another, collaborating, and meeting new ideas and new people all over the place. And to see this program pull you all back together is nothing could be cooler for me to see. So it's one of the perks and joys of this job, is to be a part of this. Now, I said, and Don knows this, and I'll call Don back out here, I said maybe a couple years ago that I would rather attempt to run a state during a pandemic than judge this contest, because it is that fierce. It is, there's no way you could make a wrong decision. But having to dwindle this down, or having to hone this down to one winner, is truly a task. But what I do know is, and what all the competitors know is, today doesn't define a win or a loss. A lot of the other 9, or 8, or 7, or 6, or you name it, are going to go on and do great things. And these projects have already proven that. So with that, Don, I will turn it back over to you. I'm keeping my cards, and I'm going to be checking up on all your journeys along the way. Congratulations.
By the way, since day, and also the mic is better suited for someone's 5'8", so yeah. This is every year, it gets bigger, and I don't know how many governors would show up to a high school event. And I seriously want to acknowledge that it was from the wisdom of it. Yes. Like, and where I think that I've really appreciated both the IDC and Governor Holcomb is enough with this Hoosier humility thing. We're leading the nation in so many things, and when you tell it, people are like, really? Are you serious? And so when we say that this is now the most robust elite pitch competition for high school in the country, and it's for Indiana, and it would not be without a lot of leadership like from Governor Holcomb. So again, thank you so much, sir. The other part that gets me excited as a person that taught for 20-some years is that we have a Teacher of the Year. And because these teachers, and by the way, it's really hard to pick every year, but I want to welcome to the stage Brett Taylor, who was last year's Teacher of the Year. Yes. And also one of those mega connectors. When I say teachers are that conduit to our towns and our communities, no one embodies that more than Brett. So Brett, take it away on announcing this year's Teacher of the Year.
Awesome. Thanks for the intro, Don. I always appreciate it. And truly, this is one of my favorite events to attend all year. I get to go to a lot of different things, but this is truly my favorite. This is the best the state has to offer. So as a newer teacher, last year it was an honor to receive this award, and even more so to present this award to a fellow teacher who shares the same mission to empower students to explore their passions and develop an entrepreneurial mindset. The StartedUP Innovative Teacher of the Year Award is awarded to an educator in the StartedUP network that has gone above and beyond to change student mindsets and shift the culture of their school. StartedUP empowers a generation of leaders with an opportunities are everywhere mindset, fueling innovation and hope for our communities, for our country, and for the world. And this teacher embodies this in the most rock star way. I remember as a first-year teacher attending my first StartedUP event at the Indy Autonomous Challenge and meeting this teacher and being enamored with her ideas and energy to just do awesome things. And those things helped her students and on the mission of changing the world. I told her my ideas to change my classroom, and she shared the ways she had pushed forward and found unique ways to create a dream classroom with top-notch resources for her students. I left that event driving back to Terre Haute thinking how awesome this teacher was and how much energy she had and all the great things that she did and how I could aspire to be just like that. I feel lucky to have benefited from this teacher as a colleague as much as she is a benefit to her students. And therefore, it is my pleasure to announce this year's Innovative Educator of the Year as Chrissy LaFleche. Excuse me.
Is there a mic here? Of course I'm going to say something. This is not about me, it's about my students, and I'm so excited. Wow, okay, this is such an honor to me, and I can't wait to come back next year and bring more teams and go to Italy in July. So thank you, StartedUP. None of this would be possible without constant reminding that what we are doing is valid. So, and they do a really great job of that. So, whew, okay, I'm done. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
The hit parade keeps going. So up next is our, by the voting, the People's Choice Award. Here to give that award is our teams from Noblesville last year. I'm going to butcher your names. Team Liftoff, thank you. Team Liftoff from Noblesville.
Hello, I'm Landon, this is Gus, and this is Luke, and we're Liftoff Mobility. We were lucky enough to compete in the competition last year, and we managed to take third in state, as well as being honored to be the first winners of the People's Choice Award for Innovate WithIN.
The mission of Liftoff Mobility is to tackle the often overlooked issue of airline accessibility for those that travel with wheelchairs and other personal transport devices. And this problem was inspired by my mom, who is diagnosed with muscular dystrophy. And we were so excited that this problem resonated with the crowd last year. And to receive the People's Choice Award, as we know, it brought hope and inspiration not only to us, but to all those that suffer from this problem. And we think that this year's winners have inspired everyone else as well.
As the winner of the People's Choice Award last year, we have the pleasure of announcing today's winner. The winner will receive $1,500 in seed funding to continue the growth of their business. And that's really all thanks to you guys who contributed. So without further ado, we are excited to announce that the winner of the 2023 People's Choice Award is IntelliKids.
I don't know what this is for.
I think it said it in there. Probably.
Oh, did it? Yeah.
Nose goes. Oh, boy. All right. The part I love and the part I hate, because I don't know what these are going to say. I'll probably say this again when I wrap up, but if you made it to the regionals, you're winning. And the fact that all 10 teams go to Washington, D.C., and how do you judge? I'm actually intrigued because there's nothing like and boy, I hate that cliche. If everybody here's a winner, but it's 1,000% true. So yeah, I will go down and by saying third. From Munster, Saeed, Josh, and Austin, Team Novos. All righty. Second place. Oh, man. Wow. Team from Hobart High School, Toe Scout. All right. So the first place winner, which is $25,000 in seed funding, $10,000 in 529 accounts, goes to Michaela and Nathan Cleanline.
Team Clean Line, here we go.
Don't catch it till Thursday.
Yeah.
Again, thank you on this whole process. This is always the weird part for me. Man, whether you didn't place, it truly doesn't matter. We started this years ago because there is a lot. I hate it when kids lose, but we'll look at faith so I can stay strong. We started this years ago because we know that kids that have an entrepreneurial mindset, kids that see problems as opportunities, kids that say, I don't like this, but I'll do something about it, whether that is wanting to make sure we don't get into boating accidents or possibly screen for cancer. This is the reason why we do what we do. And we cannot do it without your support and without state support and everybody else. Also, my inspiration is Dad, to say hi, just real quick. Come here, just real quick. So, Years ago, I surprised him and said, I'm going to be a teacher, and he's been a teacher all of his life, and honestly, we're also here because of my dad, so, and also my family. But guys, thank you so much for being here, for supporting our students, and for continued support as well. Thank you so much, and hope to see you guys out there and continue networking and continue success. Thank you guys so much. Also, there's student vendors outside on the sidewalk. They're selling some cool things. Patchables is out there. Yeah, there are students out there selling awesome. There is Mono, Custom Embroidery, Rapid Roots, Cord Puck, Patchables, Sync Studio, and STARTedUP sweatshirts if you want to buy your STARTedUP swag. Go out there and support your student entrepreneurs.
Yes, sir.